button before you talk. All right, I'd like to call to order the budget hearing of June 13th, 2023. As standing as you're able, please face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, everyone. We're at the public comment section. A member of the public may address the board briefly for up to 3 minutes or request to be scheduled on the agenda of a future meeting. Before we go on, is there anyone for this section?
No, I don't believe so. I think these are all.
Then I will pass over the rest of this and move right on to the revisions / approval of the agenda. Items can be added or deleted from the meeting agenda, and the order could be changed at the request of an individual board member or the superintendent. The agendas must be approved before proceeding further. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda as printed. And that's just for the budget hearing.
I'll make it. So move.
Support. Oh, Tim Austin.
I missed that now.
Austin got it.
Austin got the support. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We have one item. It's the budget presentation by Assistant Superintendent Miranda Owsley.
Good evening. And so one of the things I wanted to start out with tonight is just the what and why we do this, what we're here to talk about. And so one of the pieces that is a unique part of Michigan school finance and the state legislative school year and our year and their year, none of them align. So our fiscal year goes from July to June every year, and the state budget goes from October to September. So it creates this kind of time, and we do a modified accounting accrual. So in general, some of those state aid payments that come in July and August are actually accrued back to June. So it's kind of this time period where we're in 2 fiscal years at one time, kind of continuing those. In general, this is a requirement by law. We have to adopt the budget before July 1st, and no more amendments can be done to a budget after June 30th. And then this budget hearing is also a requirement by law. The action that we'll take tonight is the FY23, so the one ending June 30th of this month, and then also we'll adopt a original budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024, and that includes the tax rates that we send off to the 7 agencies, and then for just reference only are some future year estimates, and those are, as I'm in budgeting, those things giving us reference to where we're going and what things that we're talking about. And again, this is all funds. We spent a lot of time talking about the general fund, but you'll see in another slide in a minute, there's lots of funds that we're talking through. So one of the big pieces that this time of year is Saline Schools is 100% summer tax. So this is the first tax since our bond passed in November, this past November. So you'll see in the second piece of this, the first line is just the operating millage, and that's part of anybody that kind of owns one home doesn't pay that operating millage. We just renewed it just this past May. That'll go for another 10 years. In the red box, so you'll see this is where we are going down to 7.5 mils. That was part of that whole proposal that we talked through, and that we said that would be happening, and this is when that starts. So, after this meeting, I go out and give these to the 7 agencies: Pittsfield, York, Lodi, Freedom, Bridgewater, the 7 taxing agencies that cover Saline area schools, and so they then you will all receive your tax bills from there. Then the last 2, we have sinking fund. There was no Headley rollback this year. It's basically kind of a calculated thing that kind of keeps, there's a cap on what that increase can, so it reduces the mill rate because the taxable values are increasing at a calculated rate. That did not apply this year, so the rate still stays the same. And then the bottom one is the CARES, the recreation millage as well. The debt, sinking, and CARES is paid on all properties. So that's very different from the operating millage that we talked about and we just renewed. So this is kind of what I was talking about of all the different funds. From the very outside, you see Saline area schools and you see all these things happening. All of these things incorporate what we do to see everything we see on the outside. So we talk a lot about the general fund that's at first going across the top row. Then the special revenues fund, so you kind of track that down, community ed, and that's kind of where that CARES millage rolls up to, and also, our facility rentals happen through there, as well as community education courses and things like that. Food service fund, a lot of federal revenue coming in claims, that has to keep its own fund. Then also the consortium, then we run the technical schools for the county, a lot of different figuring to go into that, to where people pay in, we pay in for our Saline students, and then we have costs that are associated with it. All gets balanced out of that fund. Then our fund, I wrote 6129 accounting practices a couple years ago changed, and that moved that into a special revenue fund. So it's kind of, think of the fundraising arm. In general, we manage those funds for people, but it's basically extra funds that are used on the side for a lot of different variety of reasons, but it forces us now as a special revenue fund to budget for that. Private purpose trust kind of thinks scholarships is money we were hosting for those purposes. Debt funds, every time we pass a bond, we pull money. If you remember, just in this past year, we have pulled another series 1 of our new bond. That is now we are starting to pay that debt. So we collect on the taxes, and we are now paying a 2023 that we have added on there. Then in our capital project fund is the actual cash in hand that we are using to do those projects, the bond money that we draw PEG fees, and with the cable commission, that's also a maintenance fund that we kind of reserve money there to some of the things that aren't bondable and that we do need to continue to keep our district going. And our sinking fund that does a lot of repairs in the district and kind of has a reserve fund of very specific purposes we can use that for. So this is kind of a reminder. We kind of hit this home a little bit with our operating millage. In general, the state dictates what a large portion of our funding is, even the local taxes. So as you see from this example, foundation allowance is an example of $9,700, and if we have 4,800 students, that's about $47 million. That $47 million is established by the state. We collect those taxes, but it doesn't change the whole piece of what we collect. And if we don't collect that, the state does not chip in more money. We just have to do that as part of that proposal A, even though we have to go back to voters to say, please renew this when it gets to that expiring time. So that's all in part of Proposal A, and has kind of been in stone since 1994, actually. Another big piece I wanted to try to work through in education, kind of, and playing a big part in our budget even this year, is something called, we use this acronym UAAL, and it's always been there for over 10 years. They do the pension reform. So think of the state pension system as a whole. So this affects every school district in the state of Michigan. When they did that pension reform, it stands for kind of this unfunded actuarially liability. It's basically, though, if they were to say what we think it's going to cost us to pay out all of our liabilities as people retire, we owe money to people, and our assets do not cover that liability. So therefore, the state, was working towards trying to repair that and get to the point where that it is a funded pension system. And so that was a large increase in our actual expenses. But in addition, the state wanted to put more money from the state budget into that unfunded liability. They wanted to pay that down. They wanted to put assets into the retirement system. At that time, they did not, accounting principles and the legislation did not allow the state government to take and put money directly in there. They said, nope, you have to give this to the schools, then the school has to turn around and give it back then to the pension system. That kind of came in the same time as we saw on our financials that became a liability for us. So we, every school district in the state of Michigan is pretty much negative because we all host a little bit of that liability on our books. So with that being said, that's been around for a long time. We basically get a payment in every month and I give a payment out. So it is a zero net difference. We have revenue and expenditure, so it's always equal. The thing that makes a very big difference, and even this year, is that is significantly increased in total. The state, with the extra revenue that they have on hand, they said, hey, we'd like to make an additional, since we've been making this payment for the last 10 years, they would like to make additional payments to it with this extra revenue. And so it really is start to skew. If you look and point into some parts of our budget, $4 million is a big number, and to kind of shift it. But it's a net zero change on both sides. So I really wanted to point that out. This is a $9 million thing that gets on both sides of that avenue. And the other piece is to really note that when that comes in and I have to pay that out, it goes to every single salary line item that we pay. So it goes across our funds, every function code, all of those. It has to get spread across all of those. So as we roll these things up into the large buckets, it's in every one of those on both the revenue side and the expenditure side. So I wanted to just take a minute to say that, because $4.4 million shift in 1 year is significant. So basically going back to just kind of where our general fund gets our revenues from, the large portion is the state side. These just barely decimal places change from 1 year to the next, but it's basically just a large portion of it, even though they dictate even some of the local taxes, the state still is a very largest portion of our revenue. Federal grants kind of come into play for a very small portion. Intermediate is basically an ISD, and a lot of our funding from the intermediate school district has to play into our Act 18, our special ed funding that the county collects and then gives to school districts. So this is kind of looking at those years. The white are the actuals. Those are things that are set in stone and that have been kind of closed books, and then we have in the blue, that is where we're amending our current year that's ending here in a couple of weeks, and then our original budget with a couple estimates on there. We did a couple of years back, as we started to get some of this one-time money that was really skewing things. You'll see we've pulled out that state one time and federal one time. Even though we've said it was one time, some of those things have repeated a couple of times, but though it's still a very temporary source that we know that we're trying to have those conversations in the long run, that those aren't staying. They're not going to be there ongoing for a long period of time. And so how that plays a factor. You'll see in the bottom, kind of talking about some of those assumptions that go into this. Obviously, our enrollment plays a big factor in what we get for using our foundation allowance. So you'll see that each of these years I am predicting a loss, and I've used the word roll up because I'm kind of considering that if I was to just move the classes ahead, exit the seniors and just roll them all up, that's where the number would be. Obviously, we know there's a lot of comings and goings throughout the whole summer, and our enrollment gets pretty in depth in all our different programs, but this is a general way to say kind of a baseline number for us. So it's very conservative in that fact that we saw some growth in classes last year. We do hope that we see that again, but I'm not predicting that and using that as a starting point in these numbers. So that's the 67 lost in this fall, 75 the next year, and 90 the next year. So with that being a loss, that is a loss of revenue as well. So then in general, the foundation allowance, this number, it isn't settled yet. They have all three of the legislation branches have put out their budgets. I have used the governor's budget in that $458 per pupil. That's right in the middle, actually. One was higher and one was a little lower, so that felt like a pretty good number in general. They are very still larger increases than we've seen, obviously, over a long period of time in schools. These are still a good number, but in revenue generating conferences that they've shown a lot of decline and kind of flattening out of a lot of numbers. And so in the following year, I put in $100 per pupil and then $50 the following year. So as those we lose students and then we aren't seeing as great, we obviously can see that would be trending in the wrong direction and that we have to continue that conversation. The other increase in the FY25 year is kind of some special ed increase due to some kind of positions in the year 24 that kind of lags in that it kind of looks back at the prior year timing. This chart is kind of one I like to show. The blue line is $1 per student in the foundation allowance. That line goes to the left bar to be the dollars. On the right side, the red line goes across to a retirement rate. And why I kind of like to show these, even though they're two different scales, so they're not, in unison, they are showing trends. So the red line is an expense for us, and that's the percentage is per every salary dollar. So if you look back, it started in I think 07, I see, and it's about 17%. So every dollar in salary we paid 17 cents on every dollar. And you roll all the way up to where we are today in the red, in this next year, it's going to be 31.34%. So that's a significant increase over time, and you'll see right when schools had that difficult time, we were losing revenue and also gaining one of the larger expenses that we had. It was trending in the very wrong direction. So though we are seeing these large increases in our per pupil foundation, we're also starting to see that a couple years ORS has been flat, that retirement percentage, but we do have seen this next year is going to increase about 3%. So that is a significant thing to keep an eye on in the next couple of years. This kind of pulls out our expenditures, and again, this slide shows it broken down by what we call a function code, and so in general, you'll see a lot of our funding still goes into instructional programming and the support that goes on. These again changed this year by decimals, these percentages with our numbers now. This is the same way to look at the exact same thing, all of our expenses, but just looking at it a different way. What breaks down of our total cost of expenditures? 46% salary, 41 benefits. So benefits include not just the ORS percent that I said, health care, all the ancillary things, and that ORS number that I said it gets spread along to all of our salaries is in there. So that pie part is getting bigger in part due to that UAL in general. The combination of them, so that 87% is salaries and benefits, and that other 4, and less than 1% supplies, purchase services, materials, that part is staying kind of the same. It's just between the salaries and benefits is kind of changing. On the expense side, we see that in general, taking that, I've already mentioned some of these, the ORS percentage increase, in general, I also, the next 2 years, kind of rolled up a percentage, half a percentage point, steps that our biggest expense on the SEA side on our teacher scale, kind of rolled those up. There's known lane changes where they're changing bachelor's and master's. There's a financial implication there. Replacing, we have known of some resignations and retirements that are happening. In general, there's still a large significance, not necessarily in inflation so much as just a lot of things pulsing. Like our insurance is one of those pieces that is, the whole insurance agency is kind of changing how they have things brought back. We had an in-house kind of scenario, and we're switching back to our City of Saline SRO, the UAL we talked a lot about, and so those are some of those significant ones that are rolling forward. So this is a quick snippet of the expense side of things and where that rolls forward. This will also be posted, obviously, to our transparency website. If you've ever seen the little pop-up that pops up on every school website, you'll click and you'll be able to see these online, hopefully tomorrow or by the end of the week, as well as in the board packet that you can find online. Then this kind of takes all of the revenues and expenditures and boils them up to what's the difference in each year. I did leave on this slide, though, the very top to be very pointed about those are those one time. So out of those revenues in total, at the above part, the state and the federal is showing what was considered like kind of these one-time funds that will be drying up here. So as we see in that green column in FY25, we don't show any of those anymore. Are there going to be probably some categoricals that the state will still approve and still do? Yes, but the concept is when those come about and are approved, there's also probably new expenditures that kind of come with them at that time. So there may be able to be means to where we might be able to continue some programming if those grants do come through, but I don't want to assume that those grants will continue in those kind of ways. So we'll kind of balance those as they go, but this is a starting point. And as you think about it globally, what we just talked about is our student counts going down and the per pupil is not kind of keeping up with those ongoing increases on the expense side. We're going to be in the opposite directions, and revenues kind of dwindling off and revenues continuing to charge forward. And so this is really that conservative layer of if we don't do anything and then we aren't talking and considering these things, like we can be in this situation very fast. Now this is an ongoing conversation, in multiple layers throughout a day, and I really like to keep these in forefront of all of these small decisions we make kind of add up to all of this as a whole. And so I don't feel like that we will get there because we will make changes along the way, but it is kind of that starting point is if if things all trend in the wrong direction and we don't take actionable steps that would fruition. So it's kind of that a little bit of a starting point to make sure that we don't get there. This graph is just showing Saline's history as a long-term history of our fund balance, and so that's kind of cash on hand, what we have in our own reserves. And so one of the things you will not see on the action items later this evening is there is no state aid borrowing note. So when we don't have enough cash doing our cash flow, looking at what's coming in and out, we usually have to borrow because Saline has historically for many years not had a large fund balance. And so there is times when we get to where we need a cash influx so that we can make ends meet at certain times. By having a larger fund balance that we have currently, we are not needing to do that as a projected out a year, that we don't need to borrow that and then we don't need to pay interest to obtain that money. So that's one of the benefits of having a fund balance, and also gives us the luxury of time and being kind of strategic as we make changes. We can do them in strategic times and very pointed. This is the other fund summary. It's basically just we're taking action item on all of those special revenue funds, the debt funds, as well as the capital projects funds. And so this is just a global summary. You'll notice the big spike is really in the bond fund, and that's because we actually drew all of Series 1 money, so we get the whole big money at that time and start paying that debt, but it's a one lump that kind of comes in. So the timing of a 6:30 time is not really referenced in some of those funds because it's kind of an ongoing project. Obviously, we're planning now for projects that are happening far in advance in the future. So that kind of gets us to where we're ready for any questions.
Board, any questions? You've done a fabulous summary, by the way. And,
try to keep it.
and I know the Finance Committee just poured over it as well.
I mean, I guess I'll just make a general comment. I want to make a general comment saying that, to the public, this looks neat and tidy and awesome because Miranda Owsley makes it look so neat and tidy. But our budget document is a 60-page document. The number of funds we have, I was trying to do like just a general count on them, and it's in excess of 300. And so, like, all of these things have to be accounted for and kept track of, and your office does an incredible job. So I've always said, like, I have probably the easiest, quote-unquote, chairmanship of anybody, and I would say that I still do. But, Brandon, so,
Yeah.
Ms. Owsley,
The
I wanna
general
say
fund is
thank
about
you to
1,500
you.
lines.
Yeah,
That rolled up to 300 is a roll up.
yeah, so I'm proud of. I am really proud of the work we do from a budgeting standpoint and from a finance standpoint. And I am also. I will say out loud that I am glad that we're going to be watching this year. This upcoming year is really one where we're going to have to be watching our revenues versus our expenditures, and this is going to give us a good predictor about any things we have to do structurally and some of those kinds of things. This year will be really different from us from a revenue from the federal government side standpoint. So that's very much on our mind.
Well,
as a team.
thank you very much, Treasurer
Yep.
Gerby. I'm going to say, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn the budget hearing of June 13th at 6:27 to prepare for our next meeting.
Motion, Miller.
Miller,
Support, Eastep.
thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Looks like we have a budget hearing. Thank you. We'll start up again in about 2 minutes and 32 seconds.
like after teachers leave, it'll be less than, yeah.
You two ready?
They're all here to see you, to meet
You're
you.
almost official. Yep. Thank you.
Hello, citizens of Saline. I'd like to call to order the June 13th regular board meeting of Saline Area Schools. Standing as you are able, could you please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. First, we have a slight, had a very quick discussion about this. Seeing as there are so many people this evening for public comment, which is great, we are going to move the honoring of the retirees a little earlier in the agenda. But first, in fact, that'll be right after this, our superintendent has a brief message, and we'd like to introduce somebody to you.
Thank you, President McVeigh. Yeah, two people, in fact. So this is a unique situation in that we had two excellent candidates for student representatives on the Board of Education for next year. And so we're taking the opportunity to have two that can kind of balance each other. These are both student athletes, and they're involved in a lot of different activities and organizations. So we want to make sure that we have the ability to have both of them here at meetings in the future, or one or the other. And so we're going to start by introducing Caroline Clark. And she's excited to connect with the community and wants to be a leader of her peers and allow students to be more involved in board activities through the student board position. And so, Caroline, welcome aboard and potentially say a few words.
Hi, I'm Caroline. I just want to thank you all again for this opportunity. I'm so excited for this year, and I look forward to working with all of you and having great conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Yay.
Thanks, Caroline. And next we have Matteo Idapalo. And Matteo's looking forward to bringing leadership skills to the table. He can be an excellent speaker, listener, and leader with a passion to improve education. So, Matteo, welcome aboard.
Hi, I'm Matteo. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to being a part of the board and looking forward to a great school year next year. Thank you.
So nice to meet those two young people. I'm looking there, so they're going to tag team. Some nights it'll be both, some nights it'll be just one, and on rare occasions nobody, but we'll work it out. We'll work it out. Now their role also, I just want to quickly mention, their role is also to help to set up our student showcases at each of our board meetings. So that's an added responsibility. They've got to make some phone calls and do a little digging around and organize that and then report out to all of us. Other people from other districts who visited our district have been so impressed at the level of skill and attention to detail our student reps have demonstrated. And so we're keeping it going with two new choices. So thank you very much for offering to serve. I'd like to call now Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Mr. Kurt Ellis, to do something rather special that we do once a year.
Thank you, President McVeigh. As we've seen here tonight, at this time of the year, we often are pointing forward, looking to the next school year with great anticipation, but it's also important that we look backward at times and honor those people who have really been important and foundational to the success of our school district thus far. This year we have 13 individuals who are leaving us, and as they leave, they're taking with them their years of experience, wisdom, connections to students, et cetera. And we've had all facets of the school district once again affected by these retirements. We've had classroom teachers, food service folks, bus drivers, et cetera. We do have 5 here tonight, and we're really happy to be able to honor them in front of the Board of Education. We have a small token of our gratitude available for them in the back corner there, and I know that SASA has something as well. But for the last 12 years or so, we've given everybody who leaves the district this same poem, and I'd like to just read it to you very briefly here right now. The poem says, "I once saw a group of men tearing a building down, a group of men in my hometown. With a heave and a hoe and a mighty yell, they swung a beam and a sidewall fell. I asked the foreman, are these men skilled, the kind you'd hire if you wanted to build? He laughed and said, why, no, indeed, for common labor is all I need. I can tear down in a day or two what it took the builder 10 years to do. And I asked myself as I walked away, which of these roles am I going to play? Am I the type that constantly tears down as I make my way foolishly around? Or am I the type that is trying to build with care, with the hope that the people will be glad I was there?" And I will tell you, we are happy that these folks have been here. We look forward to them being able to enjoy retirement. I do know that those that have retired previously all seem to have big smiles on their faces, and I suspect these will as well. But here tonight, just if we could please have you stand up, as your name is called. Cindy Larson is here. Melissa Rappaport. Scott Marvin. Jennifer Dodge. If you miss Jennifer, if you watch the Tigers game, she's often sitting right behind home plate on television there, so she's got great seats there. And last but certainly not least, and we need to replace her along with 7 other people, but bus driver Sharon Hess is here. So again, on behalf of Saline Area Schools, I'd like to congratulate all of you. Thank you for your time, and we've got a little something for you back in the corner over here. Thank you very much.
This is the, oh, and thanks a lot, you guys. You don't have to stay. This is the public comment section. Oh,
Would you like me to make a motion right now?
Uh,
Can I make a motion?
well, let's, 1 second while we kibitz. Thank you. There is one motion that's coming from the floor at this point.
I would like to make a motion that we take all of the comments that are currently marked for the first public comment and extend the 30 minutes limit that we have.
Do we have a second?
Support, Miller.
Thank you. And Secretary Miller, do you have a rough idea of how many are there? I think it's 14, maybe 15? 15. All right. Well, that's pretty decent. All right. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. 6-0. We'll extend if we need to. Thank that. We didn't have to wait. The public comment section. I'd just like to point out a member of the public may address the board briefly for up to 3 minutes or request to be scheduled on the agenda of a future meeting. Please note that students will be given priority to speak on any topic. First public participation portion of the meeting will be limited to 1/2 hour, 30 minutes normally. and limited to agenda items. The second public participation portion will be offered at the end of the agenda to allow for any other comment. Individuals addressing the board should take into consideration the rules of common courtesy. The public participation portion of the meeting cannot be used to make personal attacks against a board member, district employee, or student. And if I could just reiterate that, I know we're not oblivious. We know that this has been a heated discussion in town. So I'm just going to count on the citizens who I all trust and respect and love and appreciate that we will be civil and kind to each other and listen to each other during this session. And I appreciate that. Oh, did I? And the retirees, if you're still here, retirees, thank you so much. You don't need to stay through this.
But you can.
You're the most relaxed people in the room, I must say. Bravo. Say again. There are now additional seats up front if you'd like to sit in them, please. So do you want me to read the names while you do the timing? As we said, the maximum amount of time is 3 minutes. Secretary, what's your name again? Secretary Miller will hold up a yellow card indicating 30 seconds remaining, and when the red light, when the red card comes up, we'd appreciate it if you please just say thank you very much. And I'll try to give an on deck to the next person using all this baseball stuff. We started off with the baseball theme. Coming up first is Jonathan Spencer, and on deck will be Alex Miller. It'll be what it is. Please press the green button.
We got it? All right. Well, thank you, President McVeigh, Dr. Lodge, the rest of the school board. My name is Jonathan Spencer. I am the head coach of the Saline Elementary Science Olympiad team. I have a rising senior and a rising sixth grader in the school district. And what I wanted to talk about today is Science Olympiad and the STEM Bond. I'm going to start out first by acknowledging the wonderful season we had this last year for Science Olympiad. We have an elementary school team that covers second grade through fifth grade, a middle school team that's 6th through 8th, and the high school team that's 9th through 12th. We have an amazing group of kids, amazing group of coaches, and they really rocked this season, to be honest. So I'm going to toot some horns first and give some kudos to the kids. I don't think they get enough acknowledgement overall. So I want to take this opportunity to give shout outs to them. Our elementary school team was pretty large. We had 50 kids this year, and we competed against 31 other schools in Washtenaw County. Did very well, came in 7th overall against all the other schools. And I'm going to give kudos to my 5th graders. We had 2 third-place teams, a 4th-place team, 5th-place team for my elementary school kids. So congratulations to Adeline Lawler, Miriam Werner, Carter Buchanan, Nora Buchanan, Logan Chobe, Claudia Fitzgerald, Saisran Sivaprakash, and I apologize, Saisran, Claudia Fitzgerald and Alex Jordan, my 5th graders who medaled this year. The middle school team was a very 8th grade heavy team, and we almost made it to states. We came in 3rd place in our region and just lost out to Clegg and Slauson. And this year, we're going to take them down and get to states. Those Ann Arbor teams. But they changed the rules this year, so the middle school kids were allowed to go if they placed first in the region. So we had some kids who came in first in their respective events. And I'm going to start with my 3rd place kids for roller coaster. Kane, Didra Jojana, oh wow, I massacred that. Vivian Pawar, in 8th place, had Meyer Reddy and Lily Chai in their event. And for special shout out, we had 3 8th graders who came in first in their event this year. Codebuster was Cal Road, Lorian C. Lori, wave. There she is back there. Congratulations to her, and Oren Singh. My high school team they did qualify for states, and they made it to states. They did fantastic, tons of hardware. I'm going to wrap it up because I'm going to run out of time here. But if you want more information about how that works, I'm out of time. All right. STEM bond. Thank you, everyone, for your support. Thank you, Kara Davis, for all the work you're doing on the STEM bond.
Thank you
Keep
very
the
much.
STEM kids in mind. Make something we can all be proud of. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spencer.
All
I
right.
appreciate that. Alex Miller, and on deck is Megan Gunnarsson.
My name is Alex, and I have a second grader, a kindergartner, and 2 other children who, God willing, will go through the Saline school system. The district is attempting to challenge my legal rights as a parent and assume they have higher authority than parents of minor children on how they wish to influence my child on subjective and controversial topics. Was the district there when I brought my child home from the hospital? Was the district there when my child was very ill at 1:30 a.m., where I had to make medical decisions and rush him to the ER? Does the district comfort my child when they've had a bad day after school? Yet this district thinks that my taxpayer dollars, they'll teach my children subjects that should be taught at home whether I like it or not, and that I must plead my case as to why I choose to opt my child out, and it's up to your subjective decision process on whether my wishes are respected or not. The district forgets that it works for the parents and the families of this community and not the other way around. The district states that it is inclusive, yet you are focusing on pushing a curriculum that plays favorites solely to the loudest voices in the room. In February 2022, the Saline Post highlighted how the student population has fallen by 280 students in 2 years. In the article, Superintendent Lotch gave many reasons, but the big one is the declining birth rates. We've been getting these declining class sizes for a while, he states. If that is the case, then why did enrollment rates grow in kindergarten through second grade from 21 to 22? The largest declines in enrollment, according to the chart provided by Maria Ousley, Assistant Superintendent for Finance, were 7th through 11th grade. There are new neighborhoods being built on every corner of this district: Maple, Bemis, Milky, Willis, Saline, Milan, just to name a few. I would say that 6 to 8 out of every 10 homes in these subdivisions have children. By that estimate, our school district should be growing by 10 to 15%, not declining. I know of at least 4 families, each with 3 to 5 children, again, doesn't fit the low birth rate narrative, that have chosen alternative schooling due to proposed policies and curriculum. Saline receives $8,700 per student from the state. That's $140,000 of funding loss. The school district reported a $2.5 million loss last year alone. Based on the continuing decline of enrollment, how much funding must the district lose before it recognizes that these policies and curriculum don't represent the values of this community? How many teachers will lose their jobs? How many extracurricular activities will be cut for the sake of pushing these policies that have no place in our school system? Most people are afraid to speak out against all of these changes within the district because they will be labeled as some type of bigot or phobe. Just because someone strongly disagrees with the policies and curriculum being forced upon our students doesn't mean they harbor hatred, but it makes no sense that the demands of a minority take precedent over the values of a majority. I close with 2 scriptures from the Bible. The first, James chapter 3, verse 1. My brethren, let not many of you become teachers, knowing that we shall receive a stricter judgment. God will hold teachers to a higher level of judgment based on their position to influence a child's character and behavior. The second is Matthew chapter 18, verse 6. Jesus says, whoever causes one of these little ones to believe in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depth of the sea. We have a responsibility to these children, and we will be judged on how we handle this wonderful yet serious gift.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Megan Gunnarsson, and on deck is Raylan Davis.
I'm trying to blow it up on my phone. Sorry.
I wasn't really paying attention as much as that. Sorry, Megan, thank you. I'll just be a second. We heard booing from the audience. So, again, I'm urging you to respect each other's statements, please and thank you. Megan Gunnarsson. So you had to reset your timer now, right? We've got you. We've got your timer.
Sure. So my comment is directly about the draft that I read online, and they might be operational questions, but I just wanted to point out that the last line of the policy talks about the parent's right to inspect materials for the classroom versus the district. And so, like, I have multiple children, but I came specifically to look at one of my child's lessons, and the teacher was great. He sent me the packet and the book. And then I just stopped by the district on a day that I had off work, and the informational materials that were given me by the district office didn't align, and so it caused some confusion. And I just want to point out that sometimes the district, apparently I'm supposed to make an appointment to see them, so I don't understand why you have to make an appointment to see the curriculum at the district level. So that's one question. And then two, it should be really easy for anyone in that office to pull off a lesson and hand it to a parent. I happen to just have the day off work and popped in. Like, my hours don't line up with your district hours, and I think a lot of parents in this district are both working. I think it's nice when one parent can stay home, but there are a lot of families that that's not an option. So I just wanted to point out maybe some aligning might be in order. And then I'm concerned about time lag. This new policy talks about information being presented to the parent to look at, and then they decide yes or no, and then it goes to some kind of committee. Right now, none of my children have syllabi that are all-inclusive regarding textbook and YouTube videos and handouts and all that stuff. So I just feel like if you're not going to put it out in enough time to have somebody read it and then make an appointment with the curriculum director and then have some decision be made. Like, I feel like I know my children best. I have a variety of them, and none of them are the same. So what I choose for one child, I don't choose for the other. The focus of the last few meetings that I've been to have been very specific in objections to this policy, and I just want to highlight that parents opt their kids out of a variety of topics for a variety of reasons. And again, it's child specific. Those topics include, but might not be limited to, health and wellness issues like eating disorders, self-harm, psych issues, consent, death, chronic illness of the child, a sibling, their friend, a parent, someone who's important to them. All of those things are important. It's not always a moral objection or a value objection. It's just that time, that child, that place. So I feel like in all of this hostility that, you know, some people opt out for different reasons, and I just want that to be recognized. And again, if you do choose to do this, I would hope that you would, it seems like such a burden to your teachers, but really put together in-depth syllabi so that parents understand exactly what's they're viewing and what they're choosing to say yes to and choosing to say no to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gunderson. Yep. And Raylan Davis, and on deck is Amy Tesselin.
Okay, there. Again, my name is Raylan Davis. I have been here with the opt-out policy for about 5 years. And I am interesting to see how it has evolved over the years and stuff. One of my original complaints when I first interacted with this opt-out policy was the reading of I Am Jazz, and I was trying to understand why the district felt they could do what they could do. And this was brought to my attention, that they had the right to teach controversial issues as long as it was age appropriate, done in a scholarly manner, and did not tend to indoctrinate. And then if I didn't like it, as a parent, my choice was to opt out, and which I did. I opted my children out. I did not think was appropriate for my kindergarten kid at that time. And so I've always looked at this policy as a check and balances. This policy gives rules and guidelines for the school and for the teachers and the administrators, and then it gives parents an option on how to balance if they don't like it. Well, this process, I see where they're having this process for opt-out has some merits. There are some things I can see that you guys are trying to do with good faith and effort. I question how it will actually be applied. I'm questioning how it will be applied in 5 or 10 years when you guys aren't here. And this committee that's supposed to decide if my opt-out is valid is very enthusiastically against what I believe. You know, is there any way to guarantee that parents actually have the last say? Or is the only way to say, sorry, we disagree with you, but sure, keep your kid home, he'll get an E for that assignment. And so that might be more operational stuff. I have concern. The times I've used this opt-out has been the I Am Jazz when they had to read to the kindergartner, and I did not believe the school informed all parents what was actually happening, and then what was and how it was being taught. I've used it to opt out of a last-minute homework assignment. There was no way I was going to get a hold of a committee to say, by the way, this book that has been read to 3 other of my students suddenly has a new homework assignment completely different than the year before, and I had no time to go check it out of curriculum because, maybe as a parent, I assumed assignment would have been the same as the previous year. And so I don't see how this will act in some of those shorter-term, immediate situations. And so, again, I kind of look that make sure that this policy it's a check and a balances. Parental rights, as a parent, you guys have decided you guys can teach what you need to teach, but in the end, it should be the parent's ultimate right on whether or not we get to say thank you or no thank you. Please have my kid do the next assignment. And as far as quickly this not being required in the state law has always assumed that parents had the right to educate their child, had the right to raise their child. Every time the laws changed and when they added the sex ed, when they added the wellness, every time they added more restrictions, they made sure that the opt-out was still valid. And I say, please make sure our opt-out is still valid.
Thank you very much, Ms. Davis. And on deck after Amy Teslin is Darcy Berwick.
Do I start? Okay. My name is Amy Teslin. I'm a parent of 2 children in the district, one at Heritage and one at middle school. Thank you, President McVeigh and the Saline Area School Board trustees, and for allowing me this time to speak. Happy Pride to everyone who needs to hear this. Pride helps us recognize the human rights of LGBTQ+ people and educates us about our history. So, a little history. Thousands of years of history. The original inhabitants of this continent held LGBTQ people in the highest esteem. Right here in Saline, for over 1,200 years, since 796 AD, when the Three Fires Council was formed, Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi people revered Nismaninduag people, an Anishinaabe word that means two-spirit. For hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, right here where we are today, families that included them were considered lucky. People believed that a person who was able to see the world through the eyes of both genders was a gift from the Creator. Or what about the history of agriculture here in the U.S. and in Saline? The amazing George Washington Carver impacted global agricultural practices that continue today in Saline through the promotion and understanding of crop rotation. Or what about our beautiful waters in the Great Lakes state? Rachel Carson, who wrote Silent Spring, was a scientist who started a movement that helped bring back the bald eagle from the brink of extinction. There have always been people who didn't conform to our 20th century binary gender roles. Let me be clear. Stating these facts of history did not make anyone gay or transgender, but maybe these facts and others like them can help LGBTQ+ students understand that they deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, and their classmates can learn empathy and recognize their humanity, and even help everyone understand our history a little better. Educate. I am proud to have my kids in this district where so many teachers and administrators are striving to ensure that all students feel welcome. I'm happy that Superintendent Latch and SAS leadership are directing and encouraging all teachers to ensure that in every classroom, students have the opportunity to learn about LGBTQ+ people. It was wonderful to witness a unanimous vote by the SAS board to support transgender and non-binary student policy and the DIAC committee policy. In our fractured society, exacerbated by this pandemic, with 40% of teachers in Michigan looking for other employment, my humble opinion is that we should not spend taxpayers' dollars implementing portions of a policy that appeals to a small group of parents who are asking for something inherently uncivil, to opt out of acknowledging other people's existence and humanity. Instead, let's follow the district's legal purpose to educate and support all students equally, be fiscally responsible, and support our teachers. Let's build a strong community, a community where everyone belongs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy Tesla and Darcy Berwick. On deck is Carrie Grove.
Darcy Berwick, parent. At the last board meeting, there was a presentation on restorative practices, discipline, and Title IX. Content aside, I so appreciate that the district took proactive steps to provide parents with more detailed information about these fairly broad topics. I'm now more informed than I was with regards to what the district does and why. I feel more empowered to advocate for my student and to collaborate with the school when issues arise, and I feel valued as a partner in that process because of the presentation. Thank you. I would love to see more of that in the future. And I think that we're going to be seeing some of that tonight with the discussion of Policy 2240. I've spoken before on the importance of policy and procedure, and I'll reiterate that here. Clear, comprehensive policies and procedures set an organization's expectations, direct actions, and provide for accountability. Policies are the what and why, while procedures are the how. Our policies here in the Saline Area School District must align with our community's values as reflected by our mission and vision, must adhere to both state and federal law, and be consistently applied. With regards to the opt-out policy, while I understand that we aren't legally required to have it, I believe that there are tangible benefits in providing a formalized path for students to opt out of some materials, and I encourage the board at this point to improve that policy. Because unfortunately, as currently written and practiced, I believe the policy is not appropriately aligned with our values and is harmful to our students. So I believe that it needs to be improved upon, and I appreciate your efforts to do so. In reviewing the proposed policy, I appreciated that it begins by affirming our commitment to a culturally competent and responsive school environment, and I appreciate the reframing of the policy to appropriately recognize the individuality of a parent's concerns. I understand that by the nature of it being a policy, it leaves open some questions and concerns in regards to specifics, but I expect that those specifics will be addressed in the formalized procedures to come. So for tonight, I wonder if it wouldn't be helpful to start this discussion by affirming that, as our elected representatives, you recognize and validate the humanity of all of our students, whether their values align with yours or not. You represent LGBTQ students, Black students, Hispanic students, Asian students, other students of color, special needs students, and our religious students. I hope that with curiosity, sensitivity, and an open mind, we can find a reasonable path forward that balances our differing parental values by allowing some parental accommodations without obstructing another student's right to a public education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darcy Berwick. Carrie Grove, followed by Alberta Borneo.
Hello, I'm Carrie Grove. I haven't prepared anything today. I just know that there's a lot of division in the community right now. We heard the Pledge of Allegiance, and it was for all, reiterated by people behind me. And I believe that when you are looking at this opt-out policy, what is the intention behind the controversial issue policy? I think the goal of the school is to educate our students. And there's room for traditional education. If we're starting to look at personal belief systems, that can be done in the home, it can be done in the community, it can be done at pride parades, it can be done at churches. I don't think there's room for that in the school. And there's a sign behind me that says, "Stop Christian indoctrination." What about other indoctrinations in grooming our kids? I don't think there's room in our schools for my student to know what political affiliation my teacher has. I don't want to go to a student-teacher conference with lanyards with buttons. I don't want to see stickers on the computers. I want my kid to have a neutral education. If that isn't possible, then I think the opt-out policy is important to keep. I think it's important that the syllabus is available to the parents in a timely manner so that we can start to review the material and make decisions that meet my kids' needs. I think that covers it. I have a personal story. I don't think this is the time for it, but you've heard it, that my child has been also threatened with being attacked, and it was a misunderstanding that snowballed out of control. And so the discrimination, I can see, goes both ways. How do you fight discrimination? I mean, let's look at your policies.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grove. Alberta Borneo, and on deck is Roy F. Grove, or F. Roy Grove, I can't, one of those. There's an F in there somewhere.
Good evening. My name is Alberta Borneo, and I was here about 2 years ago, I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong on the time, where we talked about the special education, the over-sexualized sex ed that was supposed to come into the school that was in front of the board. The board was encouraged to pass it because parents could opt out, and they'd get to review things beforehand. And look where we are now. Now, people want to eliminate that option, where they were passed thinking that they could pull out of that. So I think it's a little disingenuous that it switches for different situations. That parents' rights do not end at the school door. I sent my son to a private school about in 8th grade for different learners. They were going to bring in, and I only found this out because I was looking at the school website, they were going to bring in a speaker that Friday. And that they had the speaker's name, and I went online and looked it up. And it turned out it was someone that was going to come in and talk about their transition surgery to the class. And I called the school and said I'd like a different activity for my son that day, and I let some of the other parents know. And I said, it's up to you, do what you want, but this is what the speaker's coming in and talking about. So we came to a public school here, and I didn't think we'd have to deal with that. So just telling people, go to a private school. You know, this is a public school. Yes, it's a public school, it's for everyone. Our taxes go here, we have an opinion. That's not an option, and it should continue to be like that. I see a sign talking about Christian indoctrination in the background here. It's not just Christian. I've worked in different school districts. I'm a contractor. I've worked with different ethnicities, different religions, different backgrounds. Kids are kids are kids. And it's not just, you know, Muslim, people from Africa. Not all of them agree with that, so it can't be just marginalized to a certain group. So because we say we're preparing kids for a global future. And the other point I would like to make, I think that pretty much covers most of it. Again, kids are kids, and it's the adults, and we need to, the adults, if there's things going on, bullying isn't right against anyone for any reason, and I'll stick up for anyone's child that I see anything going wrong with that I've been in the schools, and if that's not happening, there needs to be more adults there, and the adults are setting the best examples to children. That's been my experience from working in schools over at least 20 years. So those are just some ideas to think about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Borneo. Roy Grove, and on deck is Luis Barnett.
Well, thanks for the opportunity to talk. I'm speaking to the upcoming policy about opting out. People have many different backgrounds, life experiences, different values, different upbringings. All of us have had experiences that were wonderful, joyful, experiences that were horrible, some of us even traumatic. To claim that some experiences are irrelevant or don't exist, and to say we're going to go ahead with certain educational elements and not give parents the option to know this is coming and to opt out of it, I think is just plain cruel. It doesn't really matter what the material is. Something that could seem very innocuous, very innocent, could be very damaging to someone. We don't know what someone's experience has been, what their background has been. Imagine different kinds of traumas that people could have gone through for various reasons. I'm not going to say any, but you can think of different dramas or movies or whatever you've seen. There's no way of knowing what those experiences could be, and to not allow parents to see what's happening, to have an option to remove their child from something that could literally be very hurtful to them, I think is just plain cruel. So we need the ability for parents to know what's coming down the pike, and we need enough time for them to evaluate that and to work through the process. If there's an opt-out process, hopefully there is, and work with the teachers on that. I don't want to see any child subjected to something that could be very painful for them, and asking the parents to justify an opt-out could be extremely painful for the parents. So I would hope that we would not look at parents as toddlers, but look at parents as parents. And if they say they don't want their child exposed to something, I would hope that we would respect that and respect the parents have the child's best interest in mind. I will close with a recurring theme I see a lot. Just because I don't celebrate someone's lifestyle or beliefs or system doesn't mean I don't love them or I don't care about them. I think when we start telling people, you must accept my choices, you must celebrate my choices, you must celebrate my values, that's a very ugly society to live in. That's not a live and let live. That's a society where the cool kids get to decide what's okay. And then it becomes okay to harass people who don't agree with that. So again, please maintain transparency, give the parents a chance to see what's going on, and support their option to opt out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bill. Luis Barnett, followed by Libby Williams.
Grading Board, thank you for giving me time to talk about the controversial topics issue. I would like to start with the fact that I appreciate that the policy is being brought up for review and preserves parents' rights to opt out. I don't necessarily agree that a specific reason must be given for opting out. This brings me to my concern that I have seen in the community and going all the way up to select board members where attacks are being made for parents for opting out. Individuals that are opting out for specific material are being labeled bigots and hateful. This is very slanderous and is an attack on individuals. Such attacks instill hate and division in our community. It is very disingenuous when an individual attacks another for not participating in activities or beliefs claiming to be damaged by that, especially when the only act is refraining from participation. One example that I can give you on being tolerant of an individual's rights is on the issue of standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, if someone doesn't do it, we accept that ultimately it's the individual's rights. Parents' right to opt their child is no different than that. Saline area schools are not alone in tackling controversial issues and opt-out policies. On June 6th of this year, parents from the Family Rights for Religious Freedom protested outside the Montgomery County Public Schools headquarters in Rockville, Maryland, to bring back the opt-out policy. During a heated school board meeting, Kristen Mink, a Maryland City Councilwoman, said, "The issue does put some Muslim families on the same side of an issue as white supremacists and outright bigots," said the Democrat Kristen Mink of I would put you in the same category as those folks, although you know it's complicated because falling on the same side of this issue. The children that were labeled by the city council person during the board meeting had some of the following statements. "I'm here to talk about my rights. My religion teaches to respect all religions and human beings and their rights. So does my country law, and I want my rights back to have an opt-out option." Okay, I'll skip. This brings me back to Saline and how I hope you make the right decision in protecting parents' rights and following the SAS compass and particular to bring the bridge to civility where we can respect each other when we don't agree on something. This is not a Christian issue or an attack on the LGBT community, but a freedom of speech issue. Live and let live, and don't force your views on each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barnett. Okay. This is Libby Williams, and on deck is Justin Koo.
Good afternoon, members of the school board. My name is Libby Williams. I'm a mother to an elementary student, and I am an active community member. I'll attempt to make my points brief, truthful, and unsalted. Firstly, the Saline school system has an opt-out form for sexual education in place. Secondly, the sexual education law in the state of Michigan includes no overt sexual references to homosexuality, gender identity, Pride Month, library books, transgender bathrooms, or gender reassignment surgeries. The vague phrase human sexuality is the only term used to broadly describe the definition of the course itself. The author of the proposed opt-out form, Greater School Initiative, is attempting to use that one phrase to push a bigoted fascist agenda. It is designed to remove freedoms from the LGBTQ+ community and censor what schools can put in their libraries, on their bulletin boards, or in their classrooms. This form is intentionally misleading, and it has nothing to do with child safety or parents' rights. This form is an expression of fear. Fear of the changes in our society, the forward progress that has been made in this community, thanks to groups like the DEI, SPAR, and SEL programs. The form screams of the impotent outrage targeted at the only adversary they think they can win against, but they will not, because this community chooses to progress rather than regress. Together, we will rise against a wave of hate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Libby Williams. Justin Koo, followed by Catherine Kelly.
If Christian conservative parents can be called bigots on Facebook by members of this board, not only is it wrong, but it is an inaccurate, outright fallacy. This board pretends to be inclusive and accepting of all people of different religions and creeds, unless you're a Christian or a conservative. You say this out loud so much that you hired a DEI consultant for God knows how much a year, and I think we all have seen just how effective and necessary that position was. Our children aren't here to be your political activists. Our children aren't here to be your new voting base. And our children aren't here to test your cultural perversion on. The slippery slope we're on has gone from same-sex marriage to drag queen story hour in under 8 years. From we just want equal rights under the law to if you don't mutilate your child and chemically castrate them, then CPS is taking them away. My sons are not here to learn about sinful pride, innumerable genders, or how to affirm mentally disturbed adults transitioning their kids. They're here to learn proper grammar and how to use math with some historically accurate events mixed in. If Bud Light and Target's market losses don't tell you all you need to know about where America's pulse is really at, then you truly are willfully ignorant people incapable of thinking for yourself. You cannot and will not push your ideology and pretend gender theories on us anymore. And you will not remove my ability to shield my own kids from your evil, perverted desires and practices. I will continue to opt out my kids because it is my legal right as a parent in the state of Michigan to do so. And I don't care if it hurts your feelings. I'm not here to make you feel good about your bad decisions. I'm here to raise chivalrous, polite, God-fearing young men how to stand up for what's right. And for you, I will sit down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koo. Catherine Kelly, followed by Kelsey Larson.
Hello. Hi, my name is Catherine Kelly, and thank you for this opportunity. I didn't prepare anything. I just wanted to speak about the bond proposal that's now become the bond projects. I know that the bond proposal at the time was a very thoughtful process, and I wanted to publicly say thank you to all the people in the committees who spent so much time and energy to gather information from the communities, the students, the teachers, the staff to come up with a thoughtful project. and all the people who worked hard to pass the proposal. And now that it has come to fruition and people are in the planning stages, I wanted to say thank you again. As a STEM booster parent, I've been able to see firsthand the participation that my students been able to take part in, thanks to Dr. Lotch and Kara Davis and people who are forming the committees. My child's been able to find their voice and see how the process works from planning and executing, and how these public works take part, how they become a real thing. And he has found his voice. Sometimes his voice is quiet, sometimes it's passionate, sometimes it's a little too passionate, but I value the role that the schools allowed my student to play. And I value that the school and the school board allows all students to have a voice at school board meetings, in committees and things like this. It's a rare opportunity. I know not all school districts allow students to take part like our school does. And I know that children should listen to their parents and parents rely on the schools, but I think that as a parent, I listen to my child's voice, and I'm very thankful that you all do too. So thank you for the hard work, and I'm confident that going forward, as the bond projects become real, I'm thankful and hopeful that you'll keep including students in the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kelsey Larson, followed by Lisa Slauson, and Lisa Slauson will be the, you surprised me.
I was ready.
Yeah. You shimmered in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, board. Good evening, Superintendent Latch. Good evening, everybody out here in the Saline community. I'm Kelsey Larson, and I am a proud 2005 alumna of Saline High School. I am also a proud political science professor now who researches emotion in politics, so y'all be bringing a tear to my eye with this democratic process that we're seeing tonight. And most importantly, I'm a proud daughter of retiring art teacher Cindy Larson of Saline here. And yay! We sort of rolled past that first agenda item, so I would love to talk about it for a sec. As many of you well know, and as her Harvest team talked about at her retirement luncheon last Thursday, my mom, like many of the folks we're seeing here tonight, loves to speak up at meetings. I kind of do too. She raises her hand, she unmutes on the Zoom, she reply-alls to the emails, and she has this sort of deeply absorbed idea that the famous art critic Jerry Saltz talks about, which is that you show respect to art by critically evaluating art. You respect the effort and the thoughtfulness and the vision of a creator and what they create by challenging that creator and what they create. And so I hope you and the entire district here behind me really feel that deep respect that she has for so many of you over time, and that her deep engagement and all these folks' deep engagement is reflective of that respect for this district. She shows up to things, she leads things, she fights things because she respects the art of education. But in that same vein, I think we all want to briefly offer my mother the same respect. So I'm going to do so by publicly critiquing her now. So issue number 1, she's been a better hornet than any of her children. My sister was a genius. I tried to lead students. My brother was a sports star. And yet she always gets recognized more at the grocery store. Issue number 2, she's good at everything. Need her to move to 3rd grade for a while? Bring on the Lucy Calkins curriculum. You need her to teach art via Zoom? Fire up that ring light. We're going to do some digital art together. It's just really challenging to throw her off, and it makes all of her children feel inadequate. Issue number 3, while time passes rapidly for some of us, she doesn't seem to age. She started as a Saline art teacher, as a student teacher in 1981. That'd be more than 40 years ago. And even through Friday, she could take kids seamlessly from a YouTube video to projecting their creations on the Elmo to doing these elaborate drawings based on an Ann Arbor artist. She volunteered to direct and edit the Harvest students' morning announcements. I'm a millennial and I'm handing my phone to my mother to edit my photos. It's frankly embarrassing. My final critique is simply this: Cindy Larson puts other people first, thousands of students over the years, her leaders, her colleagues, and I'm not complaining that they've all been ahead of me. Instead, I'm really glad they got to know her as the amazing art educator she is. I'm just upset that she wasn't first, that she couldn't get what it feels like to have others take care of her the way she takes care of us. So that's my final note. The Larson family promises to take care of her from now on and give her half as much joy as the last 26 years of teaching Saline students has. Thank you to her and all the other amazing retirees tonight. We're so grateful for all of your efforts, and we respect you all so much. Thank you, everyone.
We could have had you speak for all the other honorees as well. And we have, our last speaker is Lisa Slauson. Thank you.
Thank you, President McVeigh. My name is Lisa Slauson. I am the parent, proud parent of 2 Saline grads, and also was the board president for this body for many years. And Cindy Larson rocks because she was my kid's teacher. So, and Mr. Marvin also rocks because he had my kids, and a lot of other teachers here who retired. We will miss you. First off, I want to talk about the opt-out policy, and I want to make one thing clear. There's no person sitting here who doesn't support opting out of certain things. They all support that, and I think that's a rumor that has gotten out of control. Every one of them supports opting out of something, because as a parent, that will happen. So my problem is what's the rush? This has been 4 years and 1 month, as Mr. McVeigh told me. The reason it came up in the beginning was the board was just going to get rid of it. And I looked at the language. The language is incredibly vague. I think you can drive a semi-truck through it. And, I've been told, well, the administrative regulations, well, I'm sure they're really written well. Steve is really good at doing stuff like that. And I'm sure that Steve is really good at explaining to people why they can or they can't opt out, and as is his staff. So state law allows opt-out, but the state board has also said to Great Schools Initiative, wait a minute, your forms, you can't be this broad. So the question is, GSI, what does GSI stand for? The Great Schools Initiative. So here is from an article in MLive in February of this year. This is from GSI's mouth. The form wants to prevent students from use of pronouns for my student that does not match the student's biological sex, teachers, staff, or administrators displaying sexuality, gender paraphernalia, teaching lessons or discussions in gender, sexuality, social justice, gender, sexuality, activism, DEI, SEL, books, material, school-wide activities such as Pride Week or Transsexual Week. I didn't know that existed, but okay. So they are highly aligned with the Thomas More Society, who basically said when schools have these policies, we're just going to sue them. And Eric Cardle, special counsel for Thomas More, said they want schools to be viewpoint neutral. Who makes that decision? Who makes that decision? Does Steve make it? Does the board make it? Does God make it? I don't know. But GSI is highly connected with Saline Unsalted, a Facebook group that is incredibly cruel and has been hurling insults at Trustee Eastep for simply being who she is. Now, if we're going to get into reading Bible verses, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to read one to what the heck. So Matthew 7, verse 1 and 2. Judge not that you not be judged. For with what judgment you judge, you shall be judged. And with what measure you meet, it shall be judged. Shall be measured against you again. So think about what you're doing here. Remember, you're supposed to do what's best for kids. Kids are what matter here. Parents have rights, but kids are the ones that are supposed to be first and foremost here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you very much. There will be a second public comment section at the end. Oh, sorry, I do have something. Just have to find it. Here we go. Under response to public comment, I often miss this because very often we don't have comments, but I do have a response to the last public comment. In the second public comment section of the last board meeting on May 23rd, one student and two parents spoke to the board directly about some very personal and concerning things that had occurred over the last several months, either to them directly or to their children. After discussing these situations with both Drs. Washington and Lotch, I would like to share that each of these situations laid before the board had either been investigated or in some cases are actively being investigated. In most cases, corrective actions have already been proposed. As a representative of the Saline Area Schools Board of Education, I'd like to say that we acknowledge your frustrations, but I'd like to also share with the community that the concerns outlined to us are not ignored. In fact, they are taken very seriously by building administrators and the entire leadership team. I'd like to urge parents to contact the board directly through email address provided on the Saline Area Schools website or through the Let's Talk app. The board reads your messages and works to ensure that they are shared with those in this district who are in a position to act on your concerns or to reach out to you. Thank you. And that's my response. So the revision or approval of the agenda, items may be added or deleted from the meeting agenda. At the request of an individual board member or the superintendent, the agenda must be approved before proceeding further. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as written?
Motion, Miller.
Okay.
Second, Gerby.
Thank you. Gerby. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay, opposed? All right, we have an agenda. Okay, I didn't hear, you were all very quiet. All right, you would have said something, okay, thank you. Thank you, appreciate that. So we have two action items, please. First is I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt the amended General Appropriations Act for 2022-2023, final amended budgets, 2022-2023 original budgets, and the 2023 L4029 tax rates as submitted earlier by Assistant Superintendent Owsley. Do I have a motion?
Motion, Gerby.
Gerby.
Second.
Would that be Austin? Thank you. Could we, any discussion? We do. Are you on standby? Do we have discussion? Yes.
I just want to say that, you know, I've been absent for a few years, so I really didn't dig into the budget until, once again, just recently. And, wow, we've been on a sugar high for the last 3 years. $10 million in one-time funds, and the average over the last 3 years, the average foundation allowance increase was $459. The 10 years prior to that was only $66. 1 year minus $300. So we've been able to do a lot, and now it's all about preserving and you know, just trying to make some changes slowly and methodically because we have the ability to now, whereas 3 or 4 years ago we didn't.
Thank you. This coming from the one person on the finance committee, not to disparage the treasurer, who printed out every page of the budget, and it was, and crawled through it with a fine-tooth comb. 60 pages. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So at this point, if hearing no other discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Say nay. All right. All ayes have it. 6-0. I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the food service management contract renewal with Chartwells for the 2023-24 school year as submitted by Assistant Superintendent Owsley. Do I have a motion?
Motion, Miller.
Miller.
Gerby, second.
Gerby supports. Any discussion on this or any comment from the Chartwells people? No? I guess we loved it so much, we're ready to vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nay? All right, ayes have it. We've honored our district scheduled reports. We had 3. We had our first, and it was a wonderful one. And thank you to the Larsons, so they've already fled the room. Foundation for Saline Area Schools update from Stacy Rumson, please, if she's still in the building.
Good evening, Dr. Lotch and President McVeigh. and the entire school board. My name is Stacy Rumsa. I'm the executive director for the Foundation for Saline Area Schools, and I'm happy to say I have the first year under my belt, first school year, and it has been an amazing school year. Just to give you an idea of some of the things that have been going on, we have here our list of our executive committee and our board of trustees, and these folks are the real backbone to the foundation. They help out with things such as social media, communications, alumni relations, grants, fundraising, and finance. And I have to tell you, I was recently at a Michigan Education Foundation meeting a couple weeks ago where many presidents and executive directors come from all districts all over the state of Michigan, and I feel very blessed and to say that it is an amazing thing that we have such a good relationship with the school board, the school district, because I've learned that there are many other districts across Michigan that don't have that, which was very shocking to me, and so I just feel very fortunate, and I thank you for that. Some of our financials and revenue, you can see here that the last bar is this current school year. This is the fiscal school years, as you can see, from 2018 until now. The dates range from July 1st to June the 9th. And you can see for the year 2021, 2022, there is a drastic jump, and that's because the foundation was fortunate enough to have a $100,000 donation made to them. So that's the difference between this year and last year. And you can see that we've done $33,500 in donations, $84,500 in sponsorships, and $92,000 in fundraising events. This gives you a snapshot of what's been going on with grants within the foundation. This year we approved $100,000 in grant funds, and we funded 25 total grants across all school buildings. And just to give you or provide a reminder of the difference between, because we have $32,000 in teaching and student grants, and then we have $68,000 in building and district. Teacher grants are the grants aimed at enrichment activities within a specific population, such as a classroom or a school club. The building grants are targeted at student populations within one of the 7 Saline school buildings that have impact across multiple classrooms. And then the district grants are the broad educational initiatives that typically impact a large portion of students in the district, often across multiple school buildings. And this is just some fun pictures of some events and fundraisers that we've had this year. It's been a very busy year and a very good one. We've done things such as the Hall of Fame event. We've had several alumni events. We participated in the kindergarten roundups for all 3 elementary schools. And then we attempted to have Blue Jeans and Bling, which due to the power outage was canceled, but was still a success in our mind, raising $60,000, given that it was basically a non-event. And our committee has already started planning for Blue Jeans and Bling 2.0 for next year, and we are working on a date for that. These are some of our grants in action. And so you could see here the students that are, able to be a part of these grants. And some of them have been decodable book sets for kindergartners, Zoom recorders, which are professional recorders for students at the middle school. This actually helps them listen accurately and not just a playback recording. We've done a grant for Girls Who Code, the Saline High School Life Skills Program, which teaches them product selling and profit making, the Culinary Arts Department. We provided a couple new resin 3D printers for the 3D program, the 3D printing program, and it just goes on and on and on. So that gives you just a quick view of some of the things that we've done this year. And recently, I was able to bring a lot of smiles to teachers' faces with the grants being awarded and the students being able to I just lost my train of thought, be excited for them. So. These are some of our upcoming dates. Of course, we're always looking for volunteers, but we have the Saline Summerfest coming up, the Hall of Fame patio celebration and induction, homecoming. We're going to have our annual fall fundraiser on October the 5th, and then, of course, participate in the Saline Holiday Parade, Blue Jeans and Bling 2.0, and then again participate hopefully with the Young 5 kindergarten roundups. And that being said, Ben Goodman was amazing putting together a video that we had planned to show at Blue Jeans and Bling. He has condensed it, and I would love to be able to highlight these grants that were done throughout the year with some amazing students and teachers.
I'm Trent Trout. I'm the manufacturing teacher over at the high school. Through the grant this year, we've been able to purchase 2 resin printers and the wash and cure booth for the resin printers. Those have allowed the students to create more detailed prints as well as play around with a different type of 3D printing. So compared to the traditional style 3D printing where you're printing layer by layer, this way they're actually using a resin bath and it's curing the resin layer by layer. So they're able to get exposure to a new technology and a new type of 3D printing that's going to help them when they go into the industry. So if a lot of my students are going into engineering, and this is great because in engineering a lot of times 3D printers are used for prototyping. So they'll take their model or whatever and then they're going to 3D print one and then you're like, okay, well this worked and this didn't work, let's print another one, and it's quick and it's easy. So by allowing them a new type of technology and another way to 3D print stuff, it's just going to give them that advantage in the industry because now they know a lot of different skills and they're able to apply those to different things. Big thanks to the foundation. These 3D printers have been awesome in the classroom and it's really got the students excited about 3D printing.
Sorry.
I'm Tina DeAndrea, and I'm the Innovation Lab teacher here at Pleasant Ridge. And this year I wrote a foundation grant for the Wall of Wonder, which is right beside me, and you can see it's a giant magnetic whiteboard. And because it goes all the way to the floor, it allows a lot of access for our smaller students to build vertically, which is always an additional challenge for them. So they've been excited to use it and try it out this year. I would really like to thank the Foundation for Saline Area Schools for their generosity and their support of the Innovation Lab.
Hi, my name is Heidi Phelps here at Saline High School in the Life Skills program. I did a grant for t-shirt designs called Inclusive Designs, where the grant was going towards impacting students to have job responsibilities while creating shirts through the machine called a Cricut. This machine has helped students become more aware of job responsibilities and problem solving, which has been a huge impact on in the classroom, whether we're working on the shirt designs, creating them, putting them together, or selling them, which has been a huge piece of this whole year. This year we've already sold 2 different design shirts where the funds then go towards our community trips, where we may celebrate by having a pizza party for the students, supporting students who may not be able to afford the trips, and also being able to provide additional supplies for our shirts for the next round, which will be coming up soon. I'd like to really sincerely thank the Foundation for contributing and supporting our class and our program by helping us become more inclusive in the community through our Community Inclusive Design shirt.
So that's been the Foundation's year in a nutshell, basically. Do you guys have any questions? Yeah.
Oh, I'm on. I was like, wait a minute. Can we have that some of the students, especially that last one, come to one of the events to talk about
Yeah.
the shirt?
Of course. Yeah, we're already starting to plan for the fall fundraiser, so that was a good time that I think we'll be highlighting some of those grants.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, hearing no more, but thank you so much for
All
all
right.
the work that you do for us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I can't believe it's been only 1 year. It feels like many, many more. Right, Rex and Kara, thank you. I have another report from Rex Clary and Kara Davis on the bond update.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for allowing us to present tonight. First, I'd like to give a big thanks to all the people that have been along this journey so far in the design process, the core group, community members, students, teachers, and other support staff, taking time out of their schedules for 2 and 3 evening meetings each and every week for pretty much the last 5 months. It's been a journey. We've just started, but what you see tonight kind of represents about $45 million of design for the first roughly 3.5, 4 years. So start that. To talk a little bit about the process will be Kara Davis, Executive Director of Instruction.
Thanks, Rex. And thank you again to everybody who's been a part of this process, and of course to the voters who passed this back in November. It has been such an exciting project and so much fun and so energizing. There are so many exciting things ahead, so I'm looking forward to sharing some of those with you this evening. At the heart of the design process is collaboration. So when we think about design, we are thinking about bringing in multiple stakeholders, perspectives, different user lenses, thinking about our staff, our students, our families, thinking about the people who are in the spaces right now, and also thinking about the people who will be using these spaces for years and years to come. So in terms of the design process and the collaboration included, we have essentially 3 arms to that. One of which is the District Bond Steering Committee, that is essentially the core team, plus Jay Grossman, our IT director, as well as King, Scott, and Clark. Our purpose is to synthesize, of course, like the timelines and manage the projects and whatnot. Rex is doing an absolute fabulous job of leading that up, as well as synthesizing all of the feedback and notes from the 2 different arms of collaboration and brainstorming, ideating, and all of that. So our primary design committee is what we consider the Project Design Committee. This was an application-based design committee of about 20 people for each of the different projects, and it includes a wide variety of perspectives. So again, thinking about students, family members, PTO reps, staff from various levels of the organization, as well as administrators, and a member, a project lead. And these folks have met multiple times related to each of the projects, starting, and I've got a little bit of a timeline to share with you, but starting with some of the ideation and the brainstorming of what their hopes and dreams are for the different spaces, as well as then in follow-up meetings looking at helping to refine some of those design plans and provide continuous feedback, which then the steering committee comes through and rethinks about and then makes adjustments to and then redesigns and represents over and over again. So we've done that quite a few times with each of the projects. In addition, the project leads have also included a number of focus groups and one-to-one meetings. This might be, I'll have an example for you for the STEAM project at the high school. We opened up a meeting in March once we had some ideas on the table to share with the students and staff there, and invited anybody in during their lunchtime to see where we were with those plans and then provide ideas about that. And some iteration of a focus group or one-to-one meetings with specified stakeholders have happened with each project in its own way based upon those needs. So a lot of opportunity for voice inside of the project design. I appreciated the public comment tonight who give those shout outs in terms of recognizing that, because we have been very intentional about incorporating a wide variety of perspectives and trying to be really intentional about how we continue to consider the feedback and then make adjustments to the plans to get to where we are now. With each of these collaborations, there is King Scott. Thank you to Sarah H. for coming up with these expectations. With each collaboration, there's of course some tenets that we're trying to live by. The design process is very messy. We have come into a number of things because it comes from our big ideas to what could this really look like, to then of course, what does the budget sound like and look like, and then what do we need to come back to? Is this meeting all of our needs, some of our needs, most of our needs? Trying to get to that sweet spot where we can afford the best solutions that we hope for with each of the projects. So these are some of the tenets that we have, and understanding that we'll follow this throughout the entire process. In terms of a timeline, as Rex mentioned, there's been multiple meetings in terms of iterations. So we are essentially right in that schematic design. I thought that education had a lot of acronyms. I'll tell you, architects have a lot more. So we're in the SD part of it, so the schematic design portion, which is we are pretty close to having almost done designs based upon all the feedback that we've received and all of the planning meetings. And now we're looking to come to get some estimates for what that will actually cost based upon the plans that we currently have. And then we'll come back with some more feedback and make any adjustments as needed based upon those schematic designs, and then go into design development, and then from there go into the construction documents out into construction. The timeline that's listed there, in many cases we actually opted to slow down to be that much more thoughtful, intentional, be responsive to some of the feedback, so that we were really striving to get as close to right as possible versus rushing it and not giving the process the time that it needed. So right now we are still in the making design decisions, and we are not yet to the documenting design decisions. So I'm going to start off. We're going to share some of the project work with you today. Probably it's going to be pretty small in some of these pictures, but I'm going to start off with the high school aerial view. So one of our big projects is what we were calling the STEAM and Weight Room Edition. It is a great example of multiple iterations and responding to feedback. Originally, in the bond proposal, it was listed as one addition off the front of the building where the blue is located currently. And after multiple conversations and thinking about some of the hopes and desires for the use of the space, we actually decided to split the addition into two, position the STEAM center at the front of the building, so that is the south side, and the weight room off the back. If you're familiar with the high school layout, the back, the north side, that's the auxiliary gym that's off the back there, and the main gym is off the front. But we even considered at some point actually coming up into that March meeting where we opened it up to the student and staff feedback, even putting it in that big green area in the front to see if we could do something there. And based upon that feedback, we made some changes and decided that wasn't the best option for the different needs our students and staff had for a variety of different purposes, and moved it back to where you see it now. So I'm going to dive into that blue center, STEAM center at the front. So the STEAM actually had a little bit of a unique element to it in that one thing that was really important to our group is that because we have some version of a STEAM either addition or remodel happening in each building across the district, is that we really considered a cohesive vision K-12 for our STEAM activities. So we actually started our first design committee meeting by designing a vision for STEAM in Saline area schools. This is a draft, but it's a good landing point for where we are tonight. Just read: Saline science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics programming will support students in developing a design thinking mindset anchored in empathy, research, creating and solving real-world problems that will equip them in a global society and benefit the broader community. From in-school opportunities to extension experiences to club participation, all SAS students will have access to STEAM. And that feels really important because we have amazing club participation and successful award-winning opportunities and clubs right now where students are actively really doing great work in the STEAM domains. And we also want to ensure that all of our students have access to that across the day, during the school day and outside of the school day as well. So we want to create great, inspiring spaces. Where we've landed right now with the design, our hope was to really dedicate two distinct spaces for Science Olympiad and robotics. Those two clubs are very much thriving in our community and doing really great work, and we know that the participation is going up and up and up because of the great leadership of our club sponsors. And so right now they do not have protected space. So this STEAM center does include protected space for both the Science Olympiad and robotics clubs, as well as has some flex space there to be used throughout the day. So you can see there's a flex lab and then also a collaboration station. A lot of what you cannot see in this particular design is some of those movable walls, garage doors, where you can sight lines that go all the way through and open up and create much bigger spaces so that it expands the actual space to feel much larger and for students to flex and use it in a variety of different ways. And this is right off where you can see that drive in front of the high school off of that visitor parking lot in the front of the building. Just to give you a sense of the design team work, they've been very thoughtful about how do we create an inviting space. It was really fascinating, like when we were talking about wanting to create an inspiring STEAM space for our students and our community. We wanted something that felt welcoming and that was really eye-catching while also being cohesive with the building structure itself. So these next quick 3 slides, I'll try to be as quick as possible, is drawing from the pool parking lot down. This is an overhang very similar to what you have for the main entrance at the high school attendance desk itself. That to the far left is the pool entryway, so you can see how there's some mirror in the angles there. So there's that vestibule coming in where there'll be a lobby, where we'll be really able to showcase all of our students, in terms of their awards and the work that they're doing, have images up and highlight the sciences, the math, the design, the engineering, and the arts all in that space and really bring it to the forefront so that it gets the attention that it deserves because of the work that's happening and where we know our workforce is going. This is an example just showing you the mirror to that attendance entrance where there's some parallel to the facade work in terms of the metal and the brick, so sort of modeling that banding across the top. And then a side view. The design team has also considered some elements related to architectural, I would call it pizzazz. There's a pop out on the right-hand side there. That's an angled area. That is a unique piece because we also want this to be really something that stands out that the community can be really proud of. So that's the STEAM edition. And I'll turn it over to Rex for the weight room description.
Would it be better to ask questions now or at the end?
At the end. Note to self, trophy display case.
Yes.
We had a page turn today and what's that?
Lots of them.
Lots of them, yes. So the weight room. I think it was very evident early on in the design process that we couldn't put the weight room next to spaces that were going to be used as classrooms in the same day. Music, noise, but we also realized that so putting it out front was really not an option for us. Putting it in the back at the north end of the building really allowed us to use that auxiliary gym space. There'll be 4 garage doors that'll open from the weight room into that auxiliary gym space, allowing phys ed teachers to have visibility into that space. The students can use that space. And also with this space, we've also gone from pretty much 1.5 classrooms to 3 classrooms now of students can use this space all at the same time. Big shout out to Joel Welton, very thorough in his input, did a great job of recruiting students to attend our design meetings. We had coaches from football, track, cross country, teachers, community members. We had a really great group of input designers, I guess, for this space. It's really going to be a place. We want it to be a destination that kids want to be in this space, and have, as Joe says, one Saline. Not just the football team, not just the basketball team, but all sports and all athletes being in this space, to use this space, whether they're in athletics or they just want to be physically fit. This kind of shows some of the weight room and how it's going to be laid out, and then there'll be cardio on the west side that'll look over the glass. It'll be facing the tennis courts in the back. The grade will be a little bit different. You won't be able to see quite in there just like this, but it'll be close to it. A lot of natural light. It will be the place to be. Before I show you the next slide, I want to thank Anna Burtnell for her vision and her leadership. She started off the middle school complex. We're calling it the Middle School Liberty Recreation Complex, and asked for one word from the group. And we heard words like collaboration, opportunity, potential, possibilities, and her word was maximize. So this is our new middle school in the schematic design phase, and it kind of shows what we can do in this type of space to maximize this type of space. You'll show a new football field and track closer to the middle school athletics. You'll see a lacrosse, field hockey complex with a soccer field. You'll see the seniors were also provided a voice, and Anna did a great job of making sure all community groups had a voice. Saline area youth, softball and baseball, field hockey, lacrosse, soccer, middle school athletics, as well as tennis. She just did a great job of getting everybody to the table that wanted to be heard, and the design kind of reflects that. You'll see that we're still in the midst of master planning. We still have to figure out our traffic and how we're going to get people through this complex, how we're going to get them on campus, off campus, how we're going to take traffic off of Maple Road. So we're still working through that now, but this is a placeholder. Even though this project probably will not start until the summer of 2025, this is a placeholder for what's going to be next and how we can design the traffic in and around it so we can make the right decisions for the middle school STEAM, for the senior center, and for cosmetology, which will be moving over to this facility in the future. The operations center, the operations team has been meeting every Friday for 2 hours, working with Hobbs and Black as well as A.R. Brower, two local companies. As you know, we've finished the purchase of the land in Teff Park. We've started that design process. This is we're starting the D&D on this type of we'll have the estimate to you guys probably the week in July. Right now we've got tentative bids out for the steel pre-engineered building, which is the big, larger building that is set there on that footprint. You can see we'll have 3 bays for mechanics, a wash bay, room for grounds, an HVAC. So those departments will be leaving this campus at the middle school in Liberty, moving across to the Teff Park location. We'll have the operations team as well there with the transportation manager, facility manager, the construction manager. We're putting a security command center in this place that'll have access to all cameras, all access controls throughout the district. It's really come together, and it's really been a great process working with Hobbs and Black as well as A.R. Brower. Next is playgrounds.
I think I've said this before, there's nothing as fun as planning playgrounds with all of the stakeholders in the district. So there are 4 different playground projects taking place, one at each of the 3 K-3 buildings and at Heritage, because as a district we recognize the importance of play, always have, but of course now more than ever, getting students outside, interacting with each other, and our hope is that we are creating spaces that are really inclusive, safe and welcoming for our students to feel good about getting out there and exercising their bodies, being next to their peers, engaging with all of their peers across the day in that time. So this is Woodland Meadows. We decided not to put all 4 of the designs up because there's some very common elements that I'll share with you. So just for the sake of time, really looking again, safety, accessibility, and inclusivity. We were looking to improve the pathways. So there's a lot of pathways around each one of the playgrounds where students can walk. They're wheelchair accessible. You can have bikes or trikes on those. We were looking for improved sensory opportunities along those pathways for students to stop and play, whether that's musical, whether it's blocks, to make sure that we're engaging students with both gross and fine motor skills. And then, of course, opportunities for co-play with inclusive equipment. Where students can play side by side with each other regardless of mobility needs or gross motor needs. So being thoughtful about that. So in addition, we were thinking, we've had to really think through some of the coverage so that there's shade out there. Some of our playgrounds do not have a lot of shade, so we've added some shelter there, and then are looking at picking out those pieces in order to embed those into the playground space, while also having the appropriate ground cover in order for those to be accessible for walkers, wheelchairs, and whatnot as well, so students can access them there really easily alongside of their peers. These are not a full overhaul. We're maintaining much of the playground equipment that is there and then adding additional equipment and surfacing in order for it to become the space that will really bring all students a sense of welcome and inclusivity as a part of that, and feeling really good about being outside to play every day, maybe multiple times a day.
So, our current projects right now for this summer are the harvest roof that started on Monday the 12th. We hope to get roughly 60% of that roof done this summer, and it'll be 40% next summer. Due to the size of the roof and the fact that it's 3 stories in the air, it is going to take more time. It's not going to be completed in one summer. But they did start on Monday, and we're moving forward with that. HVAC at the high school, so we did a lot of behind the scenes work this spring with the infrastructure piece. Monday we started in the classrooms. So we are ahead of schedule and we're on budget on both of those projects. Harvest has just started, but HVAC has been well underway now for about 3 months. Looking forward to providing better comfort at the high school, air conditioning and heating both. With the 3-story building, it's been a challenge. And Teresa and their staff will let you know that it has been a challenge for us to keep a positive learning environment. And then we've also, during the high school this summer, we will maintain the pool as well as the theater to make sure those spaces can be used for rentals. Our community groups can use those spaces and students can use those spaces. So we have done that. And then the last is the harvest bus loop. So next summer, with the playground and asphalt replacement on some buildings, we will do the harvest parent loop and bus loop, hoping to improve safety with our students and improve safety with our parents as well. Getting parents in and out of that safely. We got to replace the parking lot as it is, but separating parents and buses has always been our priority for this district, and we'll continue to do that. And that'll happen sometime at next summer with those final design as drawings coming to you guys in April. I'm going to say July or August, so for your approval. And with that, creating places you'll love. Any questions?
I like the logo. Any brief, rapid-fire questions for the team? Jenny.
It's really more of a comment, but I was really happy to see that you showed the Woodland Meadows playground, because I have, in the past, not currently in working in the district, I've worked in all of the buildings. We're getting new playgrounds, and the one that provided the most injuries for my students was Woodland Meadows. And we had thought a lot about how to improve that just independently in the school with maybe PTO funding, things like that. And it just was not possible for us to do that. And so I am thrilled to see the work that is being done there. One of the issues that we had is that the topsoil had been removed when the campus was created. And so when the topsoil was put back on, it wasn't as deep, and so it washed away. And so it was almost like concrete where the kids were playing. So seeing the spaces become safer is, for me, just really exciting to see. I do have a question though, in looking at, and you had mentioned shelter and providing shade. If there'll be any opportunity for any natural shade, will there be trees or anything like that being planted? Because that would also be sustainable, for our environment too.
Yes, they've looked, the Liberty Sports Complex has several trees, and that can be added. Woodland Meadows was a gravel pit. They didn't have topsoil. None before. So, that all came in from outside the city of Saline.
Yeah, I knew there was topsoil added when they placed the seed or sod or whatever, but it didn't last. A few football games and it was gone. Rain.
And we really feel that, having space having space for the students to roam like Heritage and Harvest, where Pleasant Ridge and Woodland Meadows are pretty much, that's the only green space that they have. And that's why we felt it important to add that playground turf. It's not really an athletic, it is a turf, but it's not the turf that you play football on. But it does meet all your safety fall standards, and it's much more inexpensive than the actual football turf. So
that'll be great. And I think the paths too, I know in all the schools that I worked at, there were lots of kids who enjoyed walking those paths for a variety of reasons, but like to get in the laps, that was sometimes one of the reasons, but also just sometimes it was the movement or the maybe time alone or time with a couple of friends that they needed. So I'm happy to see that included too. And of course the accessibility and the ability to co-play that maybe hadn't been provided before. So I love seeing not just a single swing for someone with a different ability, but a place where 4 people can join together and play. So I'm really, really looking forward to seeing those. And I know Pleasant Ridge is already enjoying their playground. And some of the 3rd grade parents have shared with me that the kids are sad to be leaving that space. So I'm excited that the future is going to provide that for all of our elementary schools. So thank you.
Others? Quickies? Try this end of the table.
On the topic of inclusivity, I'm wondering about at the high school with the weight room. You talked about making it a space that everyone can participate, but it's a little intimidating sometimes for students who aren't in the athletic teams to participate. Is there a plan for both inclusive equipment, similar to what there is at the elementary level, that could be more adaptive, as well as perhaps times that could be set aside for students with various capabilities to use the rooms?
yes, on the cardio side of things, we haven't dove into that, design that piece and what pieces we'll be purchasing for that area. But Kevin Mustin, Director of Special Education, has attended the meetings, and his voice has been heard. So as we get into those other spaces there, other than those general weight room racks, it'll be something we will consider at that time.
That warms my pediatrician heart, and also, of the middle school spaces. My middle schooler would ask me to please bring up that it's really sad that there's no recess after 6th grade, and that any time to spend in play in 7th and 8th grade with those new middle school spaces would help him learn better.
Sure. I would think with softer ground too, you'd be really happy that the teachers aren't saying walk it off so much to the injuries. Susan?
So just to clarify, so all of the playground will not be like 100% inclusive, so just components of it?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
I had a question. I couldn't quite figure out the scale of your bus bays. There are 3 bays. Are they pull-throughs?
No. They're
Perfect.
currently pull in and back out.
Got it. All right. This is an overlap with Cy Ollie, so I'm watching out for you guys.
But the bus is a drive-through. The bus wash is a drive-through.
Got it. Those are the top 3 bays, like when you're looking at the schematic.
It's actually at the end of the building.
Yeah. Oh, good. Okay, that's what I thought. They are pull-throughs. Thank you.
And the infrastructure. Just know that even though we don't own an electric bus, all the infrastructure is put in place for when we do move forward with that, and the charging stations, the generator. I mean, to size a generator to charge 20 electric buses would break the budget right now.
Sure.
We just can't do it. But if we do get through grants and we do move forward and things become more affordable, all that would be slid into a pipe without having to change or tear up the asphalt or the design.
And those solar panels that I think I'm seeing over the buses are, they won't generate sufficient power, is that correct? But you'll
Correct.
still need a generator.
We will still put them in place to power the parking lot lights to start with. At some point, we hope to have electric buses. And also know that geothermal is the steam center.
No pun. Okay. So going back to the Ollie and the robotics, if you have that slide, even though it says robotics, there's going to be some overlap between the two areas, like whoever's maintaining the use of the building or that area, there will be some overlap. It's not strictly robotics, right?
So this space here.
Yeah. The turquoise?
So the robotics workshop and the robotics actual competition field, these are permanent spaces.
Okay.
Robotics and Science Olympiad have talked together about what parts of the workshop in terms of tools and workshop benches and whatnot that can be shared. Because of the nature of the tools being used in there and safety, it would be for robotics and Science Olympiad because of the supervision required.
Of course.
This space here is open, so if they were to do a small competition, and right now the middle school competition field for robotics can fit inside of the high school robotics, you could actually have some viewing and hold a small competition here. These walls will be opening up, these will be pass-throughs here, so this flex space could expand here, Science Olympiad and or staff and students during the day. It's easy access between these collab stations, the Science Olympiad room, and to this space here as well as to the flex center. So you could, variations of uses across the time. This is designed right now to seat about 100 people at tables. So you can fit more with just chairs, the flex space.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I did have one last question, but I think I can give you that by email. It's about the air in the gym. The Science Olympiad folks like to be able to turn it off, and it's been like an act of Congress to make that happen. Because they're
Happening as we speak, so.
They're delicate little creatures that they're flying around,
The controls of that building, as you know, when it opened, the company was out of business and it has not been supported since 2002. So we're replacing those. It's rather costly repair, but it's something that needed to happen. It needed to be done.
I'm sure there are a lot of folks who are very happy to hear that. Thank you. Brad or Tim?
Oh, first off, I want to thank everybody for all the work. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes into this. And exciting, you got the slide for the robotics stuff up there in STEM. They do need their own space. They currently don't have their own space, and I hear they work out of the hallway sometimes or whatnot, so it's kind of encouraging to see this. But to the Liberty Complex and all that change, I think it looks great. The other thing we hear is, and you mentioned it, the traffic, during drop-off and pick-up at the middle school. When is that going to be addressed at the same time as this? Okay, and that's what you don't have figured out?
So we did a traffic study. We had a bunch counters put at all the exits and entrances onto this campus, off of Saline and Arbor Road, between Woodland and Heritage, off the front of Maple Road. They counted. They're supposed to have that traffic study back to us with options that we can design and show what that impact will look as far as staging and queuing and stacking cars on campus. Right now we stack cars on Maple Road. Yeah. We can only stack about 20 cars on campus, on the middle school campus at drop-off time. And that's what's causing the safety concern in the morning. If we separate the entrance and exit, we want to look at that as one of the options and separate that out. And where do buses? So if we have a transfer facility in the future, where does that transfer facility stage on this instead of staging it at the front of the middle school? What if we moved it to the back of the middle school? As we bring high school and middle school kids together, what does that look like? And so that's something we're working into. And then the entrance to the senior center, the entrance into cosmetology, and the entrance into this middle school STEAM center are all three things that we have to have right before we pay for it twice.
Yeah. Yeah, I just heard about it, and I've driven down the road when there is that stacking occurring, and it's just like, wow. So, great. I'm glad we're working on that.
Yep.
Nothing? Great. Oh, I'm delighted to hear that. Thank you very much, Rex and Kara. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to say two things all at once. Without Unless there are objections, what I'd like to do is after Brad's brief comment, we'll take a bio break for about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Will that speed you along, or?
All right. The Finance Committee met today, and it was pretty much a prep meeting, if you will, for the budget presentation at 6 p.m. And for those who might have missed that, some of the highlights of our budget were that, well, first of all, on your taxes this summer, you're going to see that it will reflect 7.5 mils versus 8 in prior years. So there will be that. We did not have to borrow any money this year to maintain our financial obligations over the summer. So that should save us anywhere in the realm of $50,000 to $150,000. So we believe that was a fiscally responsible thing to do, and we're grateful that we're in a position that we can do that. I don't want to get in too much into the weeds because we did it at 6 o'clock, but I do want to once again say how much I appreciate the stewardship and of Ms. Owsley as the leader of the finance team, and we are certainly fortunate to have you leading the way on this. So, and that is all, unless you guys have questions.
I have no questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
You're
Treasurer Gerby. So we'll reconvene at 8:32. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We are reconvening. For those of you keeping tally, we have about 8 public comments at the end of this meeting, so just to let you know. So the next, and I would like to introduce in just a moment Jenny Miller, Secretary Miller, who is the chair of the policy committee. She's going to make a brief introduction about about the basics of policy 2240. Once her introduction is over, board members, this is just a reminder to you, you will speak, I will recognize you if you have something to say, and I'll try to, not miss anybody. But so we'll just leave it at that. Secretary Miller, the floor is yours.
Okay. So tonight as a discussion item, we have policy 2240, which is currently called the controversial issues policy. And I'm going to give a brief background and then read the policy draft that is proposed currently. And then I'll hand it over to Michael for his facilitation of the discussion. So first, I want to just give a bit of background in terms of as far as my timeline goes. So when I was running for the board, this was a topic of conversation. I know that it was a topic of conversation prior when I was an employee in the district, and my first year that I left was the 2018-2019 school year, which was when I Am Jazz was read, and so I know it was a big topic of conversation then. When I joined the policy committee last year, it was discussed then. And it did not make it out of committee at that time. When I was named policy chair at the beginning of the year, we made it clear that it was a priority for us to move this along this year. So discussions began in February. We've had several policy meetings in different formats since then, with opportunities for public comment, and so I wanted to just say that this has been on the timeline for a while now. I want to clarify a couple of things. First, this was brought up tonight, but it's also been brought up before, so I want to clarify a couple of things. There are some legally required opt-outs. This policy is not one of those, so these legally required opt-outs are in separate policies and in separate legal documents. So I just want to make it clear that legally, students have the right to opt out of sex education. That is not a part of this policy. That is something different. Students have the right to opt out of surveys, analysis, or evaluations that inquire about sensitive information. That's the second thing. Students have the right to opt out of instruction in the characteristics of symptoms of a disease that are in conflict with a sincerely held religious belief. That's another opt-out. Fourth, the right to opt out of instruction on child sexual abuse. Fifth, the right to be free from compulsory physical examinations or medical treatment. In addition to those 5 opt-out reasons, there are also times where accommodations might be made for students who have disabilities or because of their religion. So I just wanted to make that clear that those are different, distinctly different than what we're talking about here tonight, and those are not going to be changed tonight as a result of this policy. There was also a question about why parents would be asked for a justification for opting out. So in the process of opting out, and actually in thinking about this, perhaps a better title for this policy instead of opt-out would be alternate assignment. So when a parent or a child over 18 is requesting to be opted out of an assignment, it doesn't mean that they are no longer responsible for the state requirements or for the curriculum and demonstration of skills. So teachers and the teaching and learning team would need to know why a parent or child is opting out of an assignment so that they can respond in kind. So if you are asking to be opted out of a book because of a specific reason, the teaching and learning team alongside the teacher would need to know what that reason is so that they could choose an alternate assignment or instructional material. There's been some discussion around burden on teachers, and so I want to just address that really quickly, that a policy like the one that is being proposed tonight would create consistency throughout the district. Currently, this has been handled on a case-by-case basis, and there are different things happening in each building, which is creating discrepancy and inconsistency. And so a policy such as this could help align and create consistency from one building to the next. This particular policy is instructional materials only. So we are talking about instructional materials. We are not talking about other items. If the board or community feels the need for additional, something additional to the instructional materials, there could be a proposal for a policy 2240.1 or 2240.2. So it could go on, and these could be connected. Okay.
Can you
no, this is my report. You can ask questions in a moment. Thank
clarity?
you. So, so then the next thing that I wanted to just address is some have asked why the rush. So we have been discussing this policy under this current policy committee since it started in February. We had our first public comment opportunity in March, so it's been for several months. We have sought legal opinion. We have had input from the table and from the public. We have had examples shared with us that have presented harm to students, especially because of the inconsistencies. We have also heard about teachers who have felt that they have had to make these decisions individually instead of with the support of the teaching and learning team because the policy and the administrative guidelines were not in place at that time. So when a parent would approach a teacher, the teacher would be in the decision maker seat, and that places an undue burden on the teacher. And so now, in order to create consistency, and also because we have people on the teaching and learning team to support, it would be a team of educators who would support that instead of just one individual teacher. There's also been I've been referring to it as a game of telephone. So even people who are in the same room hearing the same information are speaking in public comment or online, and it's the game of telephone, and so often things have been misconstrued. And the final reason that I'll share in my decision to ask for this to be moved to the full board is that the time that this policy is used the most, or the time when parents and teachers have to come together to make these decisions, often happens at the start of the year or at the start of the trimesters. And because of the way our board operating procedure works with policy, this policy would need to come to discussion at least twice. In the summer, we have one June meeting and one July meeting. So if it was only going to come to the table at those 2 meetings, maybe we would need another meeting, so maybe in August. We want to have this support in place for students, families, and teachers this fall so that we don't have some of the things and inconsistencies that have happened in the past. And I mean no judgment on what has happened in the past. I think that people were doing the best with what they had and with the best of intentions. But this would be a support that would be in place at that time. So those are some of the reasons. I'm now going to read the proposed draft, and then in accordance with board operating procedure, I am going to turn the discussion over to President McVeigh to recognize members of the board for this discussion. Okay, so this is in the section 2000, and this would be policy 2240. Currently, the title is Instructional Materials Opt-out. Saline area schools are committed to creating a culturally competent and responsive school environment where individuality of each student, staff member, and community member are recognized. The Board of Education shall adopt instructional materials based on a determination that such materials are an effective learning resource to help students achieve grade level competency, and that the materials meet criterion specified in law. Instructional materials shall be aligned with academic content standards and the district's curriculum to ensure that they effectively support the district's adopted course of study. Properly introduced and conducted, complex instructional materials can help students learn to identify important issues, explore fully and fairly all sides of an issue, weigh carefully the values and factors involved, and develop techniques for formulating and evaluating positions. If, after careful review of district curriculum activities or content, a parent, guardian, student, 18 or older, identifies that the activities or content are personally objectionable, the parent guardian may fill out the district opt-out form. Such request will be considered by an educational team after the appropriate district opt-out form has been submitted. Opt-out request shall be considered with respect to individual circumstances. Requests may not unreasonably include large portions of the curriculum. Instructional materials means instructional content, regardless of format, that is provided to the students, including printed or representational materials, audiovisual materials, and materials available in electronic or digital formats, such as materials accessible through the internet. For the purpose of this policy, specific administrative guidelines will be developed to support the tenets of the policy. These are the four areas listed: core curricular frames, commitments to positive partnerships, decision-making regarding instructional materials, procedures for opting out, parents, and then this is the next sentence, sorry. Parents, guardians, and students have a right to inspect instructional materials used as a part of the educational curriculum for their student. Then it lists related policies. Policy 2210, Curriculum and Development Approved Courses. Policy 2270, Religion in the Curriculum. Policy 9130, Public Complaints. And Policy 5780, Student Parent Rights. So now I'd like to turn it over to President McVeigh for facilitation of the discussion.
Well, first of all, thank you for that great background. I did a comparison, a side-by-side, just to see, for myself, it's just helpful to see the difference between the terms, and I think the new policy does have a number of materials. substantially clearer. You've clarified a number of things. I had heard from one member of the public that the word complex might not be accurate, but in reading it in the context of the whole paragraph, complex seems to work for me as opposed to a term that was recommended as sensitive or other terms like that. Oh, and the title, you're calling it a silly working title?
I mean, just in my own personal reflection, I was thinking that it might be clearer if we named it like an alternative activity or alternate, something like that. Just because in talking with members of the public and reviewing things myself, I find that it might be confusing. In that it's not just an erasure of the skills or requirements for the course. Instead, there would be an alternate provided so that the student still has an opportunity to demonstrate mastery of the curriculum.
Thank you. Floor is open to any of you who'd like to add or weigh in. And that's you, Susan? Question, clarifying question.
Yeah, I'll really weigh in. But, so question, you had mentioned point 1, point 2, etc. What did you mean by that comment? I didn't understand it.
I meant that this particular policy has to do with instructional materials. So there were people who had questions about additional opt-outs or additional considerations that weren't mentioned specifically in this policy. And so as is the practice and other related policies, there could be additions. This whole policy could be revised in the future, or there could be, in addition to instructional materials, other reasons or proposed opt-outs.
So like activities and things like that? Like
I'm not proposing that tonight, but I think that it's been in questioning and in conversations, people have asked, well, does it include this or what about that? And this is specific to instructional materials. So if there are other things that need to be considered or discussed, that could be a revision to this current policy, or it could be a separate related policy.
Okay.
I appreciate that clarification. Trustee Gold.
So, one of my concerns with this draft is that part of my reasoning for wanting to work on this policy is not only what's happening locally, but what's happening nationwide in terms of materials being taken out of classrooms, which is of great concern to me. And I don't know if it's okay for me to read from the draft administrative guidelines. Or I could just generally reference.
Well, what the audience needs to know is that we have access to a rough draft of the administrative guidelines, but they are going to be based on and hinge upon how this policy eventually
So maybe
shapes
I
out.
won't do that, but what I will do is say that in the DEI committee guidelines for us in considering this policy, they had, I think that we had, this policy does a great job, Trustee Miller, of fulfilling 3 of their sort of pieces of advice. But I do think that there is a piece that I would like to see made more explicit, which is that one parent's opt-out cannot interfere with the education of another parent's child. And so that's why I've sort of given the board a copy of just a couple of additions and sort of most relevant, and thanks to Ms. Teslin and the DEIAC, the opt-out request must not impact the education of other students. Books, posters, choices from choice boards, and other prepared instructional materials and learning activities must not be removed from the class or the school as a result of parent opt-out requests. Because so much of what our kids are learning in instructional materials are put out in the classroom. There's always classroom libraries. I do not want to see certain materials relegated to second-class status, because that takes away some of my parental choice to have my kids learn in a broad way. And I know that is referenced in some of the administrative guidelines, but I think it's important enough that it should be in the policy as a whole.
May I just ask, do you have some recommended language to cover that and?
Well, it's the language I put in.
Well, you had mentioned that just at the start of your talk. When did you send this to us or give it to us?
So it was suggested to me that I not send it over email because that might be that I just brought you the printed papers. So I made a bunch of copies.
So one of
and
these
brought it.
papers.
It's the two papers, and it's the same policy with the shaded additions, which I realize would not be great for brevity of time. But I just really feel strongly that it's important that, and maybe that is a second policy, but I feel like I feel pretty strongly that I'd like to at least make the argument for the board to consider that having a more specific and robust defense of keeping a wide variety of instructional materials available to all students is also worthy of parental rights and other parents' choices.
Thank you. Pardon my confusion earlier. It's been snowing on my desk, it seems, and I got lost. Thank you. Please.
So, I just wanted to respond just briefly because this was something that we had considered at various points. And I just wanted to put it out for the public and for the rest of the board that Steve and I had an opportunity as the board operating procedure is that the policy chair and the superintendent can request to meet with legal. And so we did. And when we met with legal, they did give us quite a lengthy explanation, but they did not include everything. So we went back to legal, and this time a different lawyer from the same firm did send us some additional pieces. But I did want to mention that legal did state for us that this policy is written to be narrow in scope. It specifically allows opting out of instructional materials on a case-by-case basis. Instructional materials are defined specifically in the policy and in alignment with Policy 2521. It does not allow for the removal of instructional materials from other students, nor the removal of posters, flags, nor the removal of library items. It does not allow for parents to opt their child out of placement in a classroom with a teacher of an identity that is not preferred. So legal did read through and did make that recommendation. However, if the board feels that that's something that should be specifically stated in the policy, that could be considered too. I just wanted to say that this was something that was discussed with legal.
To save time, do you have some recommended language if we were to?
I think Lauren has language if she wants to read it.
Oh, this language that, yeah, right. Yeah, I got it now.
And I can't take credit for the microphone. Sorry. I can't take credit for the language. The language is almost directly from the DEIAC guidelines for us. We asked for their guidelines, and I thought that Trustee Miller's policy did a very good job of addressing most of them. I felt that particular part, though the lawyers felt like it read narrowly enough, that I felt that the community deserved to hear that particular part, because I think that there's a lot of alarm that one parent's choice to opt out could impact another parent's, student's educational experience and comfort in the classroom. So I think it's important enough to merit specific inclusion in the policy.
Can you read the language that you have proposed?
Can you hear me? Okay. Okay, so I also added one other great part. So I'll just, starting in after careful review of district curriculum activities or content, a parent, guardian, student 18 or older identifies that the activities or content are personally objectionable, the parent/guardian may fill out the district opt-out form. Such requests will be considered by the educational team after the appropriate district opt-out form has been submitted. Opt-out requests should be considered with respect to individual circumstances, and here's a part I added, since I was adding, and should not place undue burden on teaching staff. Requests may not unreasonably include large portions of the curriculum. Instructional materials means instructional content, regardless of format, that is provided to the student, including printed or representational materials, audiovisual materials, and materials available in electronic or digital formats, such as materials accessible through the internet. Okay, here comes the part The opt-out request must not impact the education of other students. Books, posters, choices from choice boards, and other prepared instructional materials and learning activities must not be removed from the class or school as a result of parent opt-out requests. That's really the only change.
Please.
So this new language that you're proposing right here in gray, has that gone through review, the review process through our legal partners? Okay, so this is brand new. I don't know where the committee's been, right?
Right.
Like the history
question,
over the last months.
The question to legal was, are there limits for opting out of things? For example, could a parent opt out of a classroom because the teacher is openly gay? Are books different from people, etc.? And then they chimed in with the document. You saw the document, yeah.
But this specific language has not been either gone through or not. Okay.
Well, this is our discussion right now.
Correct. I prefer that. Sorry. I will tell you that I do have a preference that, I mean, if we choose to include this or not, I would like to see that go through that process just to make sure that from a legal standpoint, it's buttoned up. We did that with the rest of the policy. I think if at minimum we should do that with this as well, if we chose to add it in.
Please.
So I think it would be important for me to give an example of how we are currently operationalizing the current controversial issues policy, but how we perceive this revised policy providing more guidance while still working with that parent partnership. So, for example, not too long ago, a parent comes in and says, I'd like to blanket opt out of X subject area, and we won't define that area. So, teaching and learning team got together with the family and said, well, we don't do a blanket opt-out request like that because we need to narrow down the scope, met with the family, determined specifically what the opt-out request was, determined how they would operationalize alternative activities, and that worked well for both parties and moved forward. So it wasn't overly complicated, but it's not the district's intention to say that you can't opt out of something per se. It's to understand the scope so that we can actually operationalize it, which is why, you know, in the policy and the guidelines, it says you can't opt out of large portions of the curriculum. That's what we mean by that. That's saying some broad subject area, say biology, for example. That would be too difficult for the science teacher to know how to exercise the specifics or the logistics around that. But when we talk about positive partnership, we say that's why we want to meet with the family to specifically understand what the request is and then work together to operationalize it in its simplest form. And that's what we're currently doing, but providing more administrative guidelines around the 4 areas that Trustee Miller, Secretary Miller said: core curriculum frames, commitment to positive partnership, process for partnering and decision-making regarding the instructional materials, and also how we would logistically operationalize the opt-out. That will just help the process along and provide the consistency that you had mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Trustee Eastep's hand.
Yes, question, like the blanket opt-out, like LGBTQ. So where is the teachers in this? So if there's, I'm just like your scenario about somebody, so first of all, the guidelines aren't a board thing, right? So the superintendent creates the guidelines from our overarching policy. So, you know, implements it from there. So there's technically nothing holding anyone back from using the current controversial issues language and have administrative guidelines. In fact, we should have administrative guidelines for all of our policies where it states that. So, you know, I'm not sure what changes anybody's waiting for, but that's something that can be done now. So I guess the question, if somebody says, I want to opt out of all of this, is that the teaching and learning team contacting the teachers and sitting down with the teachers? Are the teachers responsible looking for this blanketed, for example, LGBTQ assignments? Are they digging through that to bring that out? Like, what does that look like on the ground?
Respond to that. So in essence, it is working with the teaching and learning team. For example, if a parent makes the request to the teacher directly, the teacher, and they're often already doing this at this time, would contact Kara, in this case, Director of Teaching and Learning, and say, there's this request. I'd like to have you help me work through the specifics and the logistics around it. And they meet to determine how that works. And we just think that by having more structure around that process, that will be helpful for our teaching staff to identify that that's how we do it. Parent submits an opt-out form in this case, and then the teaching and learning team become involved to help the teacher operationalize it, provide the alternative activity, not ostracize kids. We've talked about that process as well, and it just would be a more consistent policy. Whereas I'm not sure that all our teachers know that that's exactly how they should do it now if a parent contacts them. Sometimes a parent contacts a building principal. We just need it to come through a more central location, have a better central process, and we feel like we can better operationalize it in a more consistent manner with that type of positive partnership and clearer understanding of how it will work.
Just a follow-up question, if that's okay. So I got the follow-up to that. Are we, and I don't know if we clarified this within the policy when we were doing committee work. So clarity around, are they submitting a topic, right? Or are we having them go through the process, which we don't have that administrative guideline or form either, with the public complaints, where there should be a process on reviewing the material. So being a legal right, federally, state, to be a parent to be able to review the instructional materials for their student. Is that when that comes into place? And then once they've reviewed whatever that is from the teacher, then they could say, I don't want to do this assignment? Or is it the teacher like filtering through all of their curriculum ahead of time at this request?
Well, no, it is what you said initially. The third part of the guidelines would be processing for partnering and decision-making regarding instructional material. So that's at the point where a parent might say, I don't want my child involved in an activity related to this specific type of lesson. And then that would be identified. And this is where, and Kara's been pretty explicit about this. She is working with the teaching staff to make sure that parents are understanding what the curriculum entails so that they can help work on making those decisions. And that's a process that continues. And we have talked about how that sometimes looks different at the elementary level than it does at the secondary. In high school classes, there's more of the syllabus type of, kind of I don't want to say in lockstep, but more of a sequential order, specifically how things are taught. Elementary, for example, often involves a reader's workshop that involves all different types of books relating on kids' interests. And, in a second grade class, 25 students might be reading 25 different books. So it may look a little different at the elementary level than the secondary level, but the intention is to work with our teaching staff to make sure that parents are aware of what is being taught, to make sure that we aren't apologizing for the need to diversify the curriculum more and make sure that those materials are not taken out of the classroom, just like Trustee Gold was saying, but then recognize that some parents may not want their kids involved in all of those activities, and that we work directly with them to make sure that we can operationalize that.
Is that like opt-in? Wait, I'm sorry, I'm confused about that piece. So, just real quick, I guess. And I guess this is a guidelines piece, but so the parent request, right? Or we're just sending everything out front. Like, and maybe that varies, but.
Well, I mean, I'll give you an example of how, one of our elementary schools is working right now with this. They send out more or less a diversity, equity, inclusion statement at the beginning of the school year, talk about culturally responsive instruction and the importance of it, and that parents are said, if there are concerns that they have about any of the materials that may be taught, they can contact the classroom teacher and discuss it. Again, we would want to have a clearer process on that, but that's an example of how it plays out there. At the high school level, it may be more of here's the curriculum, here's the syllabus, these are the 5 books that are specifically going to be read by everybody, these are the choice books, and that parents would need to make a better decision. But I do want to also respond to something that Trustee Gold mentioned about adding some of that language about by one person opting out, it wouldn't take away from the others in the classroom to have access to diverse materials. So that has played out. It played out at Heritage the last week of school. Heritage had a choice board to recognize Pride Week and gave students some options to read some materials related to LGBTQ families and so forth. But they had said to parents that certainly students could opt out of that choice board or choose something else, but they weren't going to say if a parent chose to opt out of having their child, make that choice, they weren't going to pull all that material out so that others couldn't have it. So that's an example of how Heritage operationalized the statement that Trustee Gold is concerned about.
Do they do that every month for Black History Month and other celebrations?
I don't know. I'm just speaking specifically of what I saw happen at the last week of school in June.
Okay, because that would be kind of an opt-in notification ahead of time.
I think it speaks also to clear relationships that our teachers have with the parents of their students and how important those are, and that no teachers, no parents giving up their responsibility to oversee the education of their students. But again, in working with the teachers, these are the conversations they have to have. The teacher may not, well, I'll just leave it at that. I think that the policy or in the admin regs rough draft that I saw seems to address that pretty clearly, that it's solid conversations with the parents regarding the curriculum in the classroom.
So just in response to that, one thing that this policy does is it does take the burden off the teacher in a few different ways. First, the teaching and learning team can help to facilitate the creation of an alternate material that could be used, and can facilitate in the conversation. And so just as an example or as a potential scenario, if a parent were to come to a teacher and say, I do not want my child participating in X topic or in X material, it places a burden on the teacher because the teacher is put in the position of deciding if they're going to accommodate that request or not. And if that happens at the beginning of a trimester or at the beginning of the school year, that can be detrimental to a very important relationship that exists between a parent and school. And so instead, with this policy, the teacher could say, thank you for bringing this to my attention. There's a form that you can fill out that can help us to facilitate the discussion and decisions around your request moving forward. And so then the teacher can say, I hear you, and I hear your request, and this is the process. And so it can preserve that relationship between the teacher and the parent, so that it's not the teacher who is ultimately making that decision. In isolation, I should say.
Great, thank you for that.
So there was a lot of information that was sent over to go through, and I appreciate you getting all the information over. So, and then now all the conversation, I'm kind of losing my train of thought here, but I guess I'll just kind of start piece by piece, and we've talked a lot about the administrative guidelines, and when I read the administrative guidelines, I think to myself, the policy, you know, we can make a policy and we can fluff it up, like explore full and fairly all sides of an issue. You know, I hear numerous times about a classroom situation where we're not getting a fair, all sides are not being discussed. And so we can put it in the policy to make it look good, but I think it comes down, administrative guidelines are the muscle behind this whole policy. And, you know, when I look through the administrative guidelines, questions pop out, you know, and some of them questions have been answered, like clarifying questions to better understand scope of material, stuff like that. What is the issue with as much interest that the community has had in this policy? Can we get this administrative guidelines out to the policy? This is what they're going to have to follow through with. And I know in our policy, the last part, instructional material means instructional content regardless of format. That is to provide to students include print, representational material, audio-visual material, all that. And I just labeled each section on my thing here for notes, but that was section E. And, you know, that is right out of the administrative guideline, or that administrative guidelines use those exact words there, but then they also expand on it too, to say what it doesn't include. And, you know, some of those things are, you know, a reading of a book. So, you know, I know we have people that go in and will just do, you know, read a book in a classroom and stuff, mostly in elementary school. So a parent's not gonna know what that book is about ahead of time. And so, you know, so a parent could go in there and read a book on Christianity, and parents aren't going to be able to opt their kids out, or whatever other book. And so I think our community should be able to see the administrative guidelines on this. The administrative guidelines kind of scare me, I'll be frank with you, because they can change at any time and we don't see it from a board level. So, so that's one thought. You know, I don't know, Steve, you gonna
I can respond to
you
that.
know,
I mean,
you don't have to.
We generally don't have administrative guidelines out to the public. They're operationalized for the administration to help do that. But, you know, if that feels like this would be helpful for this particular draft, or actually this language, once it's finalized to get released, I don't see that being an issue. But I do want to point out that Kara and the teaching and learning team started by putting a draft together to respond to what we think would be the best way to operationalize this policy before you have even revised the policy. So let's just say that the policy does get revised and approved by the board. Then the teaching and learning team has to go back and revise these administrative guidelines to make sure that it matches it well and provides enough guidance. And that would be, you know, you reach back out to the teaching staff and say, this is some of the proposed language. Do you feel as teachers that this is language that will help support you in operationalizing it? And if there are some tweaks that need to be made, we'll make them. In other words, the administrative guidelines really follow policy. This was just an attempt to get organized around what we believe it should look like.
Administrative guidelines follow policy, but the administrative guidelines are much more in depth than the policy itself.
Yeah, I would agree. And you
And
said
so
that right.
therefore,
it's the muscle.
I mean, it even says you have 2 weeks from the time an assignment comes out to opt out. But I've been hearing conversation back and forth that are the teachers putting their syllabus and their instructional material somewhere, and how long will that be out beforehand?
That's what I was trying to address previously, though, that Kara and the teaching and learning team are working on making sure that parents do know what is going to be in the curriculum. And I tried to describe the example that looks a little different at the elementary level than it does at the secondary level. But that, yes, that you're right. If parents have no idea what's in the curriculum, we don't know how they would be able to opt out if they had a concern. So that is something that will be worked on.
So, yeah, and parents would have to have ample time to really review the curriculum. I mean, now we're asking our parents to go through, if we're not gonna have any kind of blanket opt-out type stuff, you're asking parents some might work 2 jobs. Now they're gonna have to go through the curriculum and decide what they wanna opt their kids out of or not. And, so I think the administrative guidelines as written, because I think our policy has kind of mirrored some of the current administrative guidelines. I think it'd be a good idea to make them public for anybody that wants to see them right now and have the input. We've got a lot of input from our community already, and I don't think it would hurt. The other thing is when talking through this, and I know Lauren mentioned in her revised thing, placing a burden on the staff. And to me, it seems like this could be more of a burden on staff this way. And have the staff been discussed? I know the teaching and learning team has talked about this. Has the staff been involved in any of this? The union talked about any of this?
That's what I was also trying to mention previously, that the teaching and learning team has started by trying to engage with some of the teachers, but a few have been engaged. A few of our teacher leaders have talked through some initial frames, but we do need to go back and work directly with them after or if the policy gets revised. But I do want to point out one thing, that right now we are operationalizing the controversial issues. And I know that sometimes people are thinking, well, is this so overwhelming? I don't believe it is. We've been operationalizing this for years. And so therefore, when parents do come to us and they say they want to opt out and they cite the controversial issues policy, we feel we're effectively doing that now. So people say, well, why do you need to change the policy? Because people have made it clear that they don't like that it's called controversial issues. We don't want our kids to be considered controversial, and that we need more succinct guidelines. But we are, in my estimation, effectively already operationalizing it. So to think that we won't be able to do that moving forward because there'll be too many one-offs with people being so confused about what we're trying to do really doesn't make sense from past practice. So I do want to point that out, that there is, to our knowledge, we aren't having issues working with parents that are contacting us now.
I don't think for a second that we won't be able to operationalize this. I just think that we need to show the full scope of this policy change, and that full scope entails the administrative guidelines.
And I think that's fine. If the belief is that we want to get the administrative guidelines for people to weigh in or have more time to discuss that, we can. I don't see that is a big issue.
You could clarify that. I'd like to weigh in on that as well. But as long as, Tim, I appreciate that, to put out the administrative guidelines, because you're right, there is a lot of teeth. Most of the teeth are in those. As long as we all know that we aren't organizing or controlling or even agreeing to the administrative guidelines, we're maybe putting an eye on to make sure that those guidelines follow the policy, that it's hooked to the policy correctly. And that's about as far as our job in that goes. There are a lot of details in this, including there's a form and I've been looking through the form and just what sort of information they're asking for. None of it seems overly onerous to the working family. And I think it's all fair and good. You also do raise a good point, though, about the time restriction. I know as a former teacher just how difficult it is to have things that far in advance. And sometimes lessons turn on a dime based on issues that are coming up in the news or something that's happened that's relevant to the classroom. And sometimes you don't really have a lot of opportunity to get that stuff out well in advance. However, that's what these parent nights and conversations with parents are all about.
Yeah, and it does change on a dime because, you know, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago, I was getting texts by friends and stuff with their kid in an English class, and their kid's in an English class. My son was in the English class as well. And 60 slide document, and one of the slides, for the majority of the slides, they were fine. One of the slides straight up asked the kid or the kids to, why are you racist? Well, that slide was eventually taken down. But it's things like that. It's so fluid that, you know, a parent could review something and then think, oh, okay, it's gonna be fine, and then it changes.
We've had issues like that just in the last within the last 8 months. I think it was during this academic year. Won't go into any of the details, but there was an assignment that was put out and given to a substitute teacher who may not have had the nuance and how to deal with it, and said, oh yeah, this is an inappropriate slide, and drop it right away. So again, a quick conversation with the teacher to clarify things, and one letter of concern from a parent was all it took to get that conversation resolved. I trust our teachers here a great deal, and they are truly professionals, and when they see an issue, they do respond, and they have been, for the most part, very responsive to our parental input. Sorry for stepping on your question earlier.
No, I just wanted to clarify that the two weeks that's mentioned in the administrative guidelines is not just an arbitrary, like they didn't just come up with that. It's taken directly from policy, and it's the public complaints policy.
Please.
So I guess what I've just been trying to listen here for a minute. There's a couple of things I guess I have some thoughts on the whole thing overall. Number one, to think about the administrative guidelines and sharing those. The only thing I would say as an educator is that sometimes, like, we don't know about stuff until it kind of happens to us, and so I guess I would want enough ability in the administrative guidelines for our leadership teams to be able to live with it and change and be able to figure those things out as they present themselves. And so for me, like, that is the danger of sharing the administrative guidelines, right? Is that they might have to live and modify and evolve based upon situations. And so I want to empower Steve and the team to know that, and his team to know, I empower you to do that and to make the best decisions you think for kids. I guess so. Yeah, I'll leave it there. And
I do think for the most part that's the way it is. This policy, and you know, Jenny and everybody has said, has had numerous meetings. They've, you know, stepped outside the box and done different kinds of meetings to engage the public. And with all that, with administrative guidelines being the muscle behind all this, I think this is different than most policies. And I think that requires something to be looked at differently.
Go ahead, please.
So I guess to what Tim said, there is law. So in addition to I printed this off from the parent rights. So there's a section about, so it's 380, State of Michigan, 380.1137, and it's powers of parents and legal guardians, policies or guidelines. In this, and actually in our public complaints policy, where we should have a form and administrative guideline for reviewing materials, in this law, it does say the board shall make the policies or guidelines available to the public. So that's not necessarily this specific, like, opt-out policy, I guess, but as far as like, you have a right to review, so in the specific policy, 9, where is it at? The public complaints, so 9130, our policy, says the superintendent shall prepare administrative guidelines to ensure that students and parents are adequately informed each year regarding their right to inspect instructional materials and the procedure for completing such an inspection. So that has, again, the form that's not, you can't find it online, but it should be made available to the public, like to your point, and notified that there's a right. I don't know how that's done, maybe at the beginning of the year, but, and I would say to these right now, since there was a decision with these guidelines to, I guess, wait until we have the policy, I think it would be not helpful, in my opinion, not helpful to put those out before we pass the policy or if we revisions. But I know Lauren and I have requested multiple times to try to get teacher staff feedback on this, and it's only been the learning team that we've gotten feedback from directly.
I'm sorry, just who did you ask for feedback on what?
The policy committee meetings,
You've asked for?
we've requested to get teacher feedback
Oh, okay, I see.
and comment on this policy. And also, we talked about students, and so
Just to clarify again, on the original policy or on the draft that you're working
what we've
on?
been actively working on
Okay,
as the policy committee before this got sent over without the committee.
got it. Please, Lauren.
Dr. Lash, I'm just wondering, sort of, you touched on sort of the boundaries of when we can't honor parent requests. So you said, of course, we couldn't let a family opt out of biology, but what about evolution? What happens, like, what kind of requests cannot be accommodated? Because, you know, not so long ago, people wanted to opt out of evolution.
I mean, at this point, we don't have it. I don't recommend that we're listing, like, you can opt out of all these things, but you can't opt out of this necessarily. So at this point, we don't have it defined as to specifically what they can and cannot opt out of.
So this is kind of in my wheelhouse. So I guess this is where I would see the wisdom of this policy. And what I mean by that is the MDE, right, has standards and benchmarks for evolution, okay? And so, you know, evolution can be a really difficult topic to teach because absolutely some individuals see it through a different lens. But the reality then is this allows us to partner with our I totally see this as like a parent-school partnership policy, you know, and if that maybe would be the name I would give it, okay? And so I guess what I would say is we are required by law, like me as a biology teacher, I'm required by law to cover those standards and benchmarks. And so for me, then if you want to opt out of a particular lesson that I'm doing with it, then we do have to work collaboratively to make sure that that benchmark is still covered by that student's biology education. So I guess I would.
I guess more specifically, the Michigan Merit Curriculum, right?
Yes.
So along those lines, you know,
Or
and just
NGSS.
like as to Trustee Austin's point about the one slide, I mean, if we're raising critical thinkers, one slide in a 60-slide thing shouldn't be something that needs to be opted out, right? Like, let them argue about that. That seems like a pretty, like, at a high school level, like, let's have an argument about that and discuss it. Like, that doesn't seem like the kind of students that we want to raise who can't handle one slide in a 60-slide thing. So that's why I'm just wondering where the boundaries of when we send our kids to professionals to educate them, where the boundaries of that are. And, you know, everything that, to me, some of that is just like, okay, your kids come home with that, and then you have the conversation about parental and family values back and forth, and that's probably a more appropriate way to work it, both for schools and for families, because that kind of conversation is really helpful. But I guess I was wondering also, you know, it seems like in terms of the blanket opt-out, it seems very difficult to predict, as President McVeigh was saying, what goes on in a classroom. And so I'm thinking of both the example that Trustee Austin gave about reading a Christmas book, or, you know, but students themselves have all sorts of opinions and all sorts of families and all sorts of religious beliefs, and they write papers. And I know my kids would go on Google Classroom, and one of their assignments would be to review other students' writing. So if, for example, a student wrote about their parents' interreligious marriage and how that caused problems in their family, and their mother was disowned, and another family said that they didn't want their student talking about, you know, religious disownment or something. Or if a student talked about, like, how can you control and predict the kind of spontaneous, critical thinking discussions that our students are having in the year 2023? And is that something that the policy that parents are expecting of our educators? Because I don't see how it's feasible. So I don't know how we can reassure parents, like, yes, we'll be able to accommodate that request and still have vigorous classrooms.
Respond.
So this is an example of where I was saying that this particular policy is related to instructional materials. So if there were, if we felt that there was a need to have additional conversation around other discussions or other formats, that would be in addition to this particular policy. So the first thing that I'll just say is that in response to the evolution example, that would be an example of two different things that I'll say. One, that would be an example of a blanket opt-out, which this policy is clearly saying that we're not going to blanket opt-out. So that would be a discussion between that parent and the teaching and learning team with the teacher involved, where, as has been the practice over the last couple of months, Kara would then meet with Kara and the team, whoever is the expert in that situation, would meet with the parent and say, can you tell us more about what you mean? Can you tell us more about which pieces or parts of this? So for example, you know, Kara might give an example. Do you mean this? And the parent might say, well, no, that I didn't know that was included in that umbrella. And so it leads to more understanding on both sides. So that is first. I just wanted to say. The second thing is that this policy is not censoring students. So that would be something different. If we wanted to discuss that, that would be something different than this policy. So if a child has a different home situation, if the child has a different religious situation, we are not censoring the free speech of those kids in this policy.
I didn't think so, but I sort of just wanted to highlight for the community there are limits to what students can, in a public school setting, in a diverse community, can reasonably expect not to encounter in their education.
One other thing that I just wanted to say is that you brought up the idea of evolution. So I just wanted to also mention that when I read the legally mandated opportunities for opt-out, one of them is that there is a right to opt out of something due to sincerely held religious beliefs. So that is separate from this policy also.
If I might, no?
Brad, and then Steve has a comment.
Okay, so maybe he should go first. I'd like to, if you don't mind pivoting, get back to the language piece here about, like, so I've been Mr. like clean copy, right? So the reality for me is that I would like to get back to discussing first of all, I want to make sure that I state a couple of things. Number one is I want to applaud. I'm so glad that the name changed, right? Like, I want to make sure I say that out loud. Like, there is nothing in my mind controversial about being the person that you are, and for walking our hallways, and for living your life experience. Okay, I want to make sure I say that out loud. So I'm proud of the fact that we're changing that piece all the way. Now, as far as like the language goes, I really do see this as like as a parent partnership policy. And so when we talk about we've talked about operationalizing it and how to do that for administration, but that's also going to trickle down to the staff and the teachers, and people have to live this, and the parapros and everyone is in the school. So I guess I would like to discuss the two additions, which should not place undue burden on the teaching staff, because I would like us to come to some consensus if we support that or not. And then the other thing is about the opt-out request must not impact the education of other students, books, posters, choices, etc. I don't care if we marinate on it over the month until we come back in July. But the thing for me that will be hard then is if we choose to change it then and then want to vote on it. That will provide challenge just personally for me.
Brad, as far as I understand the process, those two language inclusions and any other bits that come up between now and then are going to be discussed in the policy committee when they next meet on the 20th, next Tuesday. All right, thank you. So there will be some marinating there, and they will provide eventually another draft to us to consider. And they may also decide that including undue burden on teachers is already covered in some other part of the policy, and share their thoughts on that with us. So
the policy committee. So we're continuing down that route.
The board operating procedure says that at any time, any board member can call for an agenda item. It also states that the policy chair can notify the president when they would like to bring something to the agenda. It doesn't say anything about having consensus or having a vote on it. And I have already stated previously the reasons for bringing it to the table at this time.
Well, and I will state, to follow up on that, then I would be the one who would be making the request then that we bring this back. I'd like policy to discuss this and the additions of those two things.
Well, that's also in the board operating procedures.
Yeah,
so if there's no sense of consensus, we can take it off the cycle and send it back to the policy committee. But it sounds like they're darn close. I'm getting the sense that they're very close. They could be wrong.
So yes, it was sent to the policy chair, and I don't want to, go into this too much. Sent to you. Clearly, the committee, as the three of us, I believe are totally not ready, especially after getting legal 4 or 5 hours prior to our meeting. And when we talk about consensus, which even if it was going to go to you, there should have been a consensus under actual board meeting agenda procedure. And are we actually going to work together and collaborate, or is this you choose any time to take whatever's here and then use I versus we as a committee?
I could ask the same question.
Well, I feel like, but here's the thing: if that's a question, there is a policy, there is a procedure. So to avoid arbitrary and capricious comments, let's say we had some rogue policy committee chair, and not you, Jenny Miller, who says, I've got a policy, I'm going to ram it through and bring it to the board. Well, if it comes to the board and it's obviously ill-formed or ill-considered as we discuss it, policy 0131.1, the policy on policy making, it goes back to the policy committee. So there's a cycle. In whatever we're looking at now, in a lot of respects, is a draft. And you even opened the door too, Jenny Miller, to the concept of sub-policies on dealing with different kinds of materials as well, which boggles my mind. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how that could be. Did I step on you, Brad, earlier, or did you?
I guess what I would like to say is on that is I feel this has been a good discussion. And I do feel that this language is close. And I do think we're close to having something we could operationalize for families and for, and for educators this upcoming fall. So I appreciate this conversation.
I would agree. As I said before, most of the draft that Trustee Miller has proposed, I'm in agreement with. I just would like more, and if we could just vote on that because mine is not up to be voted on, so we could just vote on that and make a decision as to whether we go forward with that. But I just, in really considering this and reconsidering it and considering it again, I wanted something in policy, or at least to consider something in policy that gave us a little bit more detail about books staying in the classroom and materials staying in the classroom. Not that I don't trust that right now students' freedom of speech, that's not what's happening now. I just think, though, that as a community who spent this much time and research and effort, and parents are very invested, we owe it to have a policy that has a little bit more specificity about that. That's really, I'm not complaining about everything or even complaining at all. I just, that's my concern, I guess, in moving forward with the policy as proposed initially without revisions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Gold. Dr. Latch.
Yeah, I know that we, the staff does not make decisions on policy, but I also want to ask for the board not to overthink this. Understand that we as the district, we do need to operationalize this. We have confidence in ourselves that we're already operationalizing it. The community in large has asked us to respond and be more culturally responsive with instruction, with equity and inclusion. We're delivering that. And then at the same time, we hear parents saying that, hey, but don't take away our rights when we object to some element of the curriculum. We won't and we aren't. But at some point, allow us to continue to do the work.
Because we don't want to stay here till midnight, one of the things that they talk about a lot of these meetings is that to try and land the plane when it feels like we're close to the end, we start hearing repetition and so forth. I think the airport is in sight. I'm not sure, but I'm going to pass it over to Jenny Miller. But I'm just going to say, if we can aim toward trying to land this plane for a while and then deciding on the next steps, that would be really helpful.
So there were two final things that I just wanted to state for the public that have been shared with the board, because I did send at their request documents from legal and recommendations from the DEIAC, et cetera. So I wanted to just respond to a couple of those pieces that are not necessarily public facing. So there has been a lot of talk tonight about me unilaterally bringing this policy to the table. So I just want to state for the record that we have been collaborating on this for months, since at least February, first of all. And second of all, for the record, I will say that Lauren, Trustee Gold, has sent revisions via email to us so that we could consider those things. Trustee Estep has audibly given us her ideas, and also I did meet with her one-on-one, and we crafted most of what you see in front of you in the policy. So there has been a bit of collaboration around this. So I wanted to state that for the public so that the public is aware of that. The second thing that I wanted to say is that there has been some discussion in the community around, specifically around protected classes and this policy. And so I wanted to say to all of you that we have discussed this with legal. This was a specific question that came from the DEIAC and a recommendation from them. And so I wanted to just let you know what our counsel, Jennifer Starlin, what her response from Troon Legal was. So in looking at this act, meaning the Elliott Larson Act, it means that the district In this case, Saline Area School shall not discriminate against any individual based on any of these protected classes. This act does not apply to a parent who wants to opt out of a specific lesson based on a specific belief. In fact, it could place protected classes in conflict with one another if the school district chose to interpret it this way. So, for example, if a parent with religious views said that they wanted to opt their child out of an LGBTQ protected class, activity, or lesson, and the district said no, it could be found discriminatory towards their religion, which is also a protected class. So further, granting or denying requests based on viewpoints could result in a discrimination claim against the district. The district should determine what parents are allowed to opt out of in a generic manner, not based on content. So I wanted to just state that that was the legal opinion, and then personally, I personally had a hope that we would be removing the title controversial issues because we didn't like, I personally did not like or appreciate that people were labeling members of protected classes as controversial. Therefore, my own personal belief was that I did not want to have the protected classes listed in this document as to give a list for things that people might consider opting their kids out of. In addition, I don't think that it is only text or materials related to protected classes. As someone stated during public comment, there might be a child who needs to be opted out because of some personal trauma or personal circumstance, and this policy allows for all of those opt-out requests to be considered. So that's what I wanted to say about that particular piece in response to public comment.
Is that Trustee Easton?
Yes. So I want to point out that our current policy is vastly different from these revisions, and I would actually maybe we consider, because it's so different, that it even be a different policy number, because it's more focused on the opt-out component when previously it was really tiny at the bottom. So just, want to put that out there. There's some other things, but if we're going to committee and we're going to work collaboratively, I have some items as far as, we were talking about there, and legal said that as well, about that there's no credit if you opt out of like assessment material. So like design, like the state prescribed standard, right? Unless there's an alternate assignment for that standard. That was taken out of the, it's not, doesn't include the language, so we could think about that, the language that's in the current policy, just to clarify that piece. I do want to, the legal thing that we got from Thrun was concerning to me, in that multiple times it says, which we've known this for a while, that it's not a legally required policy. In fact, in 2019, after I Am Jazz in the previous fall, this was brought to the committee, this was my first year, brought to the committee and requested for it to be removed. And so those conversations have been ongoing, and we finally, I wish we would have, as we requested, gotten this before we really dived into, before we dived into the policy. So we're not legally required to have it. I'm not suggesting that at this point that we get rid of it, because there's been like really great, examples like on individual basis, so that's good, having a one-on-one conversation about some small assignment. with your teacher that there may be something that might be triggering, or you want to talk that out first. So yes, not legally required. We were cautioned about creating opt-out rights that parents do not currently have. So we caution the board, and clearly there's specific rights that you have. So it goes beyond the mandatory opt-outs. Also, the application of this opt-out being neutral when we talk about protected classes. Stated multiple times that this opens the district up to claims of viewpoint discrimination. And let me see. And that this needs to be a permissive process versus, so I think that needs to be clear, permissive process versus this is a right for you. Like, we're gonna automatically grant you this opt-out that you've, this assignment or topic area, that's gonna be automatic. No, we review it, and so that's, and it's considered. But,
I'm gonna try to wrap things up soon. Okay, I'm just saying.
Okay, that's fine. So again, the caution and being careful and all of that in this 3.5-page document that we waited for a while for, I think we need to use caution in how we do write this, and then also I do, I have requested that language be included, that that an opt-out of specifically on protected classes because you're biased against, and you're just simply saying any character that, if there's 2 moms in a book, like, and I feel bad for like the queer teacher that has to possibly go through all of their material and, look for like what they included, or, I almost feel like that's a bias that the teacher has to have a lens. We've been told by Superintendent Lotch, I believe it was a comment, that there are teachers who are hesitant to do LGBTQ curriculum just because of, the burden, right? Didn't say the burden, but there are teachers who are uncomfortable with and hesitant to put that out there. So that's not in line with where we stand as a board and district, so that's unfortunate. But, I do believe that the non-discrimination policy should be in there listing the protected classes, and that just strictly because, you just disagree with LGBTQ people or seeing Black characters in a book, and you want to, I'm gonna say around the country, erasure of LGBTQ people, you do have to be careful with discussions in the classroom, and freedom of speech in that way as well, when other classmates are talking about an assignment, or it does come up on a test and it's like, oh crap, I should have taken that off. So, I think that needs to be clear. I think doing it doing it on the purpose of being biased is different maybe than the topic of the book. And, if it's one book and like it's a difficult topic for whatever reason, then that makes more sense than literally just saying I'm biased against and I do not believe in LGBTQ people We exist, period.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do is say that I'd like to try and end this board meeting at a reasonable time, and that we are going to have this conversation again. We'll continue on with this conversation for sure at the next board meeting, and I think we've had an opportunity, at least, I'm really grateful that I've been able finally to see the policy and the draft that's out there and to see what its strengths and possible weaknesses are. So if there's any like final wrap up, really quick and pithy thing before we get a chance to listen to the 7 people who still are sitting and waiting to talk, that'd be great.
No, I actually was going to say.
I always seem to be rushing you, Brad. I'm not
You're
trying
fine.
to.
No. I actually was going to say, okay, I think this is solid language, and I think we should have a discussion about next steps.
Okay.
Right? Where do we take this next? So
You
that
mean
was-
tonight or at a few?
Yeah,
the next-
like like where are we going to go with this? Because I don't necessarily want to, I think this is better than what we have now by a lot. And so the reality for us is if we kick this back to committee to to discuss the 2 additions, I'm fine with that idea. However, I would like to send it back to, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but with the focus of the meeting being on those 2 additions, right? But I don't want to step on the toes of policy committee either, right? And the work they want to do. But I'd like to see this come back. Anyway.
Go ahead, Doug.
I think personally that it was really helpful to have more feedback tonight from the entire board. I would like to have feedback on the particular example or the particular topic that Trustee Eastep just raised, because I do think that that has been a sticking point with public comment and with moving it forward to this point. So I would like to hear more about how people here at this board envision that being included or not included. But I know that President McVeigh is hoping that we wrap this up, so perhaps I'm proposing that we move this particular language that was shared with us tonight to the agenda for the policy committee meeting next week to determine if we are going to add those pieces, and that we come back to the table at our next board meeting and discuss the other piece, if we don't have time to do that tonight.
So I guess follow up to my request then with the administrative guidelines. Are we gonna take the approach we gotta pass the law before we know what's in it kind of a thing, or are we gonna show it ahead of time?
I got the sense that Superintendent Lodge was saying he is willing to share the administrative guidelines with some caveats attached.
That's fine.
Yeah, that these are draft, and we're still waiting for the final.
This is
just
a
so people
draft
have a
and that's a
sense
draft.
of what's coming up.
At the next policy meeting? I mean, I don't
That's
think we're
fine.
gonna shoot them out
No.
to the public to make comments on. Is that how you want it shared?
You can share it at the policy meeting. I mean, I just think it
You
needs to get
already
out
have
there.
them.
Yeah.
You just want it shared at the policy committee, okay?
Well, yeah, that are so that people, the public can see them. Is that gonna be enough?
Just real quick.
Sure.
So is this a first reading, or I feel like it's not, but, and the 2 additions, you're talking about what, okay. The specific ones you all received. And the one that I talked about, I don't see why if we have time, can't discuss it during the policy meeting versus bringing it all here.
Okay, yeah, you had asked a question, the first question you had, but maybe can let that one go, because I don't recall what it was. You asked 2
Well, I was just going to say, because we have proposed language here, I was proposing that we discuss that. We don't have specific proposed language, and we do have 2 different documents from legal advising us not to include that. Right. So if we're going to act in opposition from legal, which we already are in even having the policy, but we also have other policies that are not legally required. And in my tenure here, the DEI-AC policy, the transgender non-binary student policy, none of those are required by law. This particular policy, legal has said, we would prefer that you don't have it, but if you are going to have it, here's how it should go. I do feel that in having this, along with other policies that I just mentioned, we are being responsive to the public comment. So if we are going to include something that legal has advised us not to include, I would like to have more input, because that has been a sticking point in the committee of 3.
Well, it's a choice. So it's a choice whether we include that or not. They don't say don't include it. They just said what viewpoint discrimination would be. I think to avoid that, and how, you need to be careful and there may be legal liability. I think that's, for our taxpayers, is probably a really good thing to talk about.
Yep, so I would like to suggest that I'd like to have this go back then to the policy committee. I'm hearing that's the direction it's going anyway right now, to talk about some of these substantive changes that came out tonight. And we will have the discussion. As for whether this is a first read or not, I'm not really sure. We're like I said, we're getting really closer than we've been in 4 years, 1 month, 2 weeks. I checked my emails and when this first came up. So thank you. So I'm going to move on then. And I, first of all, with great appreciation to Jenny and Lauren and Susan.
I would request specific language, though. It was really helpful for Lauren to bring specific language to us to consider.
Yep, I'll send it to you again.
Absolutely. Thank you. So the next step is administration board updates. Dr. Lutch.
Thank you. I have 2 of them. The first one is that I have been receiving a number of questions about transparency around who is on our Sex Education Advisory Board. So in working with district co-chair Cameron Cochran, who's going to co-chair the upcoming version of the Sex Education Advisory Board, this is how we're going to proceed. We're going through the process right now of choosing new members to the Sex Education Advisory Board. Every district that chooses to implement sex education in the state of Michigan must have a Sex Ed Advisory Board. But in previous years, the names of CEAB, which is the acronym, members were made public. And unfortunately, there were several instances of harassment that occurred online and in person towards these community members, which led to the decision to keep the names of the CEAB members private. We as a community are always growing. What was once a real obstacle to partnership and trust does not have to remain an obstacle. And after collaboration and reflection as a district team, we have decided that the names of the CEAB members for the upcoming version, 2023 to 2026 would be the term, of this board will be provided to the public in a similar manner that we provided the names of the DEI Advisory Council. The goal in doing so is to promote transparency and trust while maintaining our commitment to civility. And the Sex Education Advisory Board is tasked with important work to establish program goals and objectives, review and recommend materials and methods to the school board, and then evaluate, measure, and report the attainment of program goals and objectives related to sex education curriculum. While the CEAB doesn't make policy decisions, as that's the role of the democratically elected school board, it's essential that individuals on the CEAB are treated with respect. All questions and concerns and feedback for the CEAB should be directed to the district co-chair, Cameron Cochran. And my final comment tonight is that many of you do know that June is Pride Month, and I was honored to take part in the raising of the Pride flag at the Saline City Hall on June 3rd to demonstrate my support of our LGBTQ plus students and community members, and I appreciated the other attendees who joined me. Thank you.
Should we just do a quick whip around the table?
Just want to thank all the people that were involved with the graduation. That was a great graduation, and that is a highlight of being a board member, is being part of that graduation.
Ditto, and I want to say and appreciate everyone. We had a really awesome retreat where we connected with the city of Saline and talked about common goals and how do we promote Saline and our school districts and together. So anyway, I appreciate all the efforts and all the things that went into that.
I just wanted to, again, echo appreciation for graduation, specifically naming Carol Melcher, Lori Dawson, Teresa Stager, and everyone who participated in the organization of that. It is pretty remarkable that we can graduate that many students in, it was less than an hour. 434 in an hour and 15 minutes, and it was a beautiful ceremony. For those of you who weren't there, if you have an opportunity to watch the video, I particularly appreciated the musical pieces that were shared. I appreciated the speech that was given by the class officers, and just seeing each of the graduates. One particular highlight for me is that Officer Gassaway is often requested by students to be a participant on the stage, and I just think that that is a beautiful reminder to us that our students connect with people who are not just classroom teachers on a daily basis, and that those people matter and have an impact on our students' lives. So I appreciate that. The other thing that I wanted to say is happy summer to our students and teachers who are enjoying their second day of summer today. And the last thing that I wanted to say is that it is posted, but for those of you who haven't seen it, our next policy meeting will be on Tuesday, June 20th at 4 p.m. in this room. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to comment that, yes, I had 432 handshakes. I missed 2 because they whooshed right past, and there was 1 hug. So that was for Allison Doran. So,
So I'm really sorry to go on about policy, but I have lived, ate, breathed this, and thought a lot about this, and I just had a couple of thoughts, sort of for pride and sort of about this policy, because we don't get to speak up as board members, as a group. I'm speaking only for myself, but we do get a lot of community feedback, student feedback. I've talked to people, I've listened to public comment, I've read the written communication to the board, and I'll skip quite a lot of what I said because it's been said, but I want to just highlight that the 3 things that I think there is some community consensus on, which is hard to find, is that most people do support the idea of some parental discussion and opt-out. So we hear you about that. As we heard, people say, I don't want to count calories in health class because I have an eating disorder. I have a bunch written, but I think many of them were mentioned. Second, the policy is not used frequently, but educators need more support and guidance in applying. And lastly, that the title of the policy, Controversial Issues Caused Harm. I have gotten some feedback, and we have gotten feedback from the community that if we just left politics out of the classroom or left diversity out of the classroom and we just got back to basics, that this would somehow solve these issues. And I just want to speak to that for a second because it's pride and because we talked about science and because I was thinking when hearing about this about Alan Turing, who many of you may have watched the movie Imitation Game, which is about this amazing man who essentially invented the computer and broke Nazi codes. He also died at age 41 before he could contribute anything else to the world after being chemically castrated for being a gay man. This wasn't that long ago. And he changed the world, and what else could he have done? And he had to spend a lot of time and energy dealing with people who didn't like who he was beyond his science and what he had to offer the world academically. So when we say back to basics, this is exactly what I want to let the kids do. I much would rather be talking about computer science. But if we tell them that they are welcome and we make it safe for them and we honor their families, then we can move forward in getting back to basics. I'm not a Pollyanna. I know that we don't all agree and we don't all see things the same way. But I just want to say to those in the community who said, let's just get back to basics, the schools that are winning the Science Olympiad are talking about DEI, Saline and others. It's not like you go to a place where diversity is honored and all of a sudden academic standards go down. I think the evidence, if we looked, would show us exactly the opposite. So by honoring the diversity and talents and families of our students and our educators and our staff and our community, many of whom are there in our families, we are not abandoning their academic success. In fact, we're contributing to it. So happy Pride, everyone.
Trustee Easep.
Yes. Guess I haven't really super prepared. So we had a DEI AC meeting last week where the committee came together behind the scenes and did a little, I guess, goodbye, celebration for Dr. Shannon Washington. And so that was really wonderful to see and to witness, and talk about, all of the great things that, Dr. Washington has worked on, and how she, I feel like it gave us a lot of energy as like the current committee, because we are all so sad that she is not going to be with the district any longer. But, her legend carries on, and, we just have to be committed to the work. And, we can have great policies all day, but, you got to implement them and make sure that we're living that mission every day. So I'm sad to see that she's going. I'm hopeful that the committee, will really continue and become stronger. So I just wanted to mention that. And then I'm trying to think. Okay, so I did Happy Pride. I'm happy that there were people out there who came with their rainbows, and that meant a lot to me personally, to have you all out here. So thank you. And hopefully, if some of our students were here, and I think that was wonderful for them to see that support as well. So I just wanted to comment, despite what was said, that we don't legally need recent policies that we have passed, I do want transgender and non-binary students to know that there are laws out there associated with the policy regarding Title IX protections at the government level, and anti-harassment policies within our policies, and non-discrimination and rights associated with that. So I just want you to know that hopefully you are getting the support that you need. I'm talking to our transgender and non-binary students. I hope that you are getting that support, and if you're not, be able to speak up. I'm here if you want to come to me. And I just want Saline to be a better, more welcoming environment for all of our students, and for them to be recognized, and curriculum not be taken or, adjusted, and them to witness, people who, disagree with you. But so anyways, I want you to know that I see you, I hear you. I'm sorry that you're hearing the stuff that's going on around the country, and I'm here for you.
Thank you. Consent agenda. The consent agenda is listed in this agenda and will not be read aloud. The motion noted will allow for the authorization of all listed items without discussion, unless a member of the board requests that anyone be considered individually. I'd like to entertain a motion to authorize the consent agenda as printed.
Motion, Gerby.
Gerby, second.
Second Gold.
Second Gold. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And we have a 6-0 consent agenda. So items on the next agenda, sir.
Primary reports and update on district enrollment.
EOP. Okay. No, that's for later. No. So we have a few, I think we lost our student speakers, so we have a few on the agenda. Oh, Chanming Fan. So we'll start, you know the rules, 3 minutes, 30-second warning.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to thank all of the parents here. Stay this long and talk something so important. Also, I want to thank the board, the policymakers, to try to solve so many problems, so many success, so many frustrations. We are going to have more, continue to have more. One of the things as an observer, what I noticed, the American K-12 system has a lot of challenges, more problems. We can never solve the problem until we have systematically improvement. Einstein once said, you cannot solve the problem at the level of the problem being generated. That means paradigm shift. So I want to cut it very short. Also, I want to thank Garby and Dr. Lars encouraged me to speak up about proposal. And this is one thing related with echo Mr. Garby again about the retreat between the cities and the board. Very, very successful. I took about 22 pictures. Some are photos. You're all looking great. But also, important discussion between the city and the board. Now here we have the problem, and also we have the new advance. The public school cannot run only at the school and also have the parent and school partnership. We need a bigger space. So more policy changes, more things involved. That's why I cannot wait to see how we can work together. K-12, based on the best, the campus, it's not enough. We got to move on further. That's why I mentioned before, CARE 12, which is K-A-R-E 12. That is involved bigger picture. That is the practice. Unless we have something new structure, we can never solve the problem. Just look at it, we're losing students. And also the confidence. Are we building up more confidence? So therefore, I encourage parents, you wonderful parents, and school board. What I proposed before is not think in one day, and it can never solve in one day. But let's work together, and we have to move on. Because we're all in the theater of wars. What I mean wars, the second thing is the open GPT. This is something even much, much more threatening. What if some of the students or more students commit suicide because of these new tools? The whole world, open AI, these new tools, it cannot stop anymore. So please, go ahead and move forward rather than stay in the same level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fan. It was a pleasure to have you at our retreat last week. Shannon Brewer, and on deck is Jason Rogers.
Good evening. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to not just the board, but Dr. Lotch and all of the school administrators for all that they've done to support all of our kids during Pride Month. This is a particularly vulnerable group of kids, and as Trustee Eastep alluded to, there is a lot of negative talk within the community, and they hear that, and it's been shown time and time again with substantial data to support it that if kids who are LGBTQ have even one supportive adult in their life, they are far less likely to try and harm themselves or kill themselves. And I'm really proud of our schools for attempting to be that place that they feel safe. This brings me to the topic at hand tonight with the controversial issues. I agree that that's not a great name for it. I find it very ironic that we even have a policy like this. We lived overseas and had our kids in a number of schools in other countries, and the idea that parents would have this amount of control over the individual teachers in the individual classrooms in conversations with all of my overseas friends is just laughable. They think we're pretty nuts because although the policy may state that no child's education should be impacted because of the choices of just one parent, the reality is that's already happening. We've already lost teachers because of the negative talk and the negative feedback that they received on things like the Saline posts from many of the people in this room. And as a result, my children's education is being impacted. We lost English teachers, we lose elementary school teachers, we lose a lot of teachers. And we need to step up and take a look at what this policy is going to do and make sure it really does not impact any other students, and that it really doesn't create more work for the teachers, because we are asking them collectively as a society to do everything. We're asking them to parent our children, we're asking them to teach them life skills, we're asking them to teach them academic skills. I mean, every time I turn around, it's like something else that teachers have to do. So having any sort of lesson that has to be created for one family seems to be just another burden on the teachers, and my fear is that it will just be easier for them to say, you know what, I'm not going to teach this topic, I'm not going to bring up this book, I'm not going to bring this into the classroom because I might have a parent come in and it might come down from this committee that now I have to do something differently, and it's just not worth it. So I hope that whatever the final iteration of this policy is, if we absolutely have to have it, is something that is extremely limited in terms of what people can opt out of and has no impact on other kids or on the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Rogers, and on deck is Lisa Slauson.
Thank you. I first want to say I'm sorry for not being as involved up until this point. Thank you, Trustee Miller, for your bringing this to the board. That was really, really helpful to me. I had a very different understanding of this policy when I read it online. So I think that the conversation today has been, in my viewpoint, has been great. Aristotle said, "It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it." And I think that's part of what education really needs to be doing for our kids. It's not indoctrination on one side or the other. One of the problems I had with the policy was that it wasn't specifying timelines. I think we heard there's another policy that does talk about timelines. I'd like to see that in this one because it would just be easier to have it all in one place. I am in favor of having the administrative guidelines publicly available online. To Trustee Gold's point of not being able to handle one slide out of 60, I think if that slide was something about Christian religion, there would be a lot of backlash, honestly. And I'd like to read something. This is from Trustee Estep. I think a lot of the vitriol, if I can call it that, in our community comes from things like this. The Controversial Issues Policy Board is on the agenda tomorrow. The board will discuss proposed revisions. Unless the policy explicitly states that bigotry is not an acceptable reason to opt out, the district will continue to accommodate such requests. This is not in proposed revisions. From discussions and comments at public meetings, it's become clear to me that a very small number of parents use this policy, with the overwhelming majority opting out of LGBTQ+ identities and DEI topics and trainings. This has been allowed to go on for several years and has a chilling effect on our educators, children, and families, especially our LGBTQ community. There is no legal requirement to have this policy, it's a choice. And she goes on. That is true. There is no legal requirement for it. But what I hear in your statement there, Trustee Estep, is I'm sorry, I can't direct you. But what I hear in that trustee's statement is an implied bigotry, and that hurts. Nobody knows why people are opting out of things. We heard tonight about traumas. I've worked with a trauma counselor who has told me stories of children who can't even bear the word father. because of the traumas that they have experienced in their lives. It's not fair for anybody on this board or in our school administration to imply bigotry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Lisa Slauson, followed by Megan Gunderson.
First of all, you know who I am. I'm not going to repeat that again. Good discussion. This is good governance. Also, please understand that these discussions as trustees, they're personal. Don't take them personally. This is good governance. It's what you signed up for. If you're going to take it personally, leave. It's not personal. It's good governance. Secondly, thank you, sir, who just came off the podium. You get me to my topic quickly. There's a Facebook group out there called Saline Unsalted. I'm not going to say that it's hate. It's a hate group. I'm going to say that it's a fear group, that it's a disinformation group based on no education into these topics. They are pretty much serving Trustee Eastep up on a platter of fear and disinformation. You may ask, what can we do? Because if you do nothing, it looks like you're supporting them. Policy 5517.01, demonstration of appropriate behavior, treating others with civility and respect, and refusing to tolerate harassment or bullying is expected of administrators, faculty, staff, and volunteers to provide positive examples for student behavior. That's what you should do. Condemn this behavior against your colleague. None of you understand this. None of you are gay. If you are, please raise your hand and tell me. I will come and give you a hug. But this is ridiculous. You guys have to stand up and you have to say, this district will not stand for hate. We will not tolerate it. Full stop, no. Also, the last thing I want to say is, I want to give you this little bit by Abigail Spanberger. Public servants should be focused on serving the public, not any special interest group. And good governance should be an expectation, not an exception. I have been through what you've been through. It started in 2010. Ask Steve. He sat right next to me during all of this. It was an awful time. I received death threats. My kid received death threats. All the kids in the Gay Straight Alliance received death threats from people who are maybe in this room. It's awful. I watched this go on in 2018, 2019, 2021. I have lived here for 25 years. And as I came into this community from Indiana, and I'm not praising Indiana, trust me, but there was bullying, there was all sorts of things going on. I appreciate and I applaud and I expect nothing less that you all talked to those parents from the last meeting. But understand that we can't retaliate against anybody. We have to admit that we have problems. We have problems in this district, and we've had them for at least the 25 years I've lived here. This district has problems. Also, trust teachers. Kara Davis is one of the best teachers in the state, probably the country. Trust teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Lawson. Megan Gunderson, followed by Michelle Valentine.
Thanks. I had a follow-up question from the last board meeting, which I know you can't address back, but I just want to raise it again. So there have been multiple discussions about harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and the bullying policy being brought up again and again and again. Not really the policy itself, but the actual implementation of it. So I wondered, one of the trustees asked about having the statistics posted or shared about how many harassment, intimidation, and bullying complaints, for lack of a better term, that are being investigated by the school are, because they're not available anywhere. I have said before that my family has been embroiled in this more than once, with more than one child at more than one school in more than 1 year, and I've yet to see any statistics. What I did hear at one board meeting last year is that there weren't any, and I don't believe that. So I wondered where the numbers are and when they're going to be shared, and if they're going to be shared with the public as well as the board, or if they could be included in maybe somebody's soapbox 3 minutes at the end. And then something that was said really struck me as concerning. Why would it ever be suggested that something not be sent in an email to this board? Your board comes under or the whole district comes under transparency issues again and again and again. And this just raised like 15 red flags to me. Like, why wouldn't you want something in an email? Does it have something to do with FOIA? Does it have something to do with discovery? I mean, everything's discoverable after a while, but that just is really concerning to me. And then I would like to know how the district defines undue burden. Can you define it and quantify it? And the reason that I ask is because there's a number of direct definitions out there, and we can't keep rewriting definitions. So I'm wondering, are you using the one that the ADA uses, since we should be following that with our IEPs and our 504 plans anyway, or are you using another definition? And if, I would just like to know what your definition of undue burden is and how you're going to quantify it. And then there's talk about these teenagers being critical thinkers, which I think is great. But I also want to remind everybody that not every 15 to 17-year-old is the same 15 to 17-year-old. And when we talk about books in classrooms, we read a ton of books in my house. We read all kinds of banned books that some people in this room might read, some people might not. I haven't and would never say that I've read them all. But I'm going to give you an example. Typically in English class, you would compare Virginia Woolf and Sylvia Plath. Great women, great authors, both met tragic ends. They both died. Suicide rates are out of control in this country, and it is not right for me to say I don't want my child to read or do this comparison paper when they could have a sibling who self-harms or is on a psych unit right now. I don't owe you their story. I want to be able to say, not now. Not never, just not now. And you don't get the right to that story. That's ours.
Michelle Valentine, and anchor leg is Darcy Berwick. Is Michelle Valentine here? Okay, Darcy Berwick, you're up. Nope.
Is that working? I'm also short, so let's put that down. I think that what I was hoping to see tonight I did, which was great discussion from a variety of viewpoints. And I wanted to share a mantra in my house, which is that don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think that I'm hearing some sticking points here. But when I look at this policy overall, it's something that I personally have been waiting for a number of years, because the damage that the current policy is doing by calling my kid a controversial issue is incredible. I mean, it makes me cry. It's incredibly hurtful. She's a human being, and I love her, and many people love her, and her right to exist shouldn't be questioned. So I'm, again, going to encourage you to move forward on improvements with this policy. Again, it's values centered. It's a policy. It's the teeth are in the procedures. Having said that, I don't know that you can work out those procedures until you've established what the values and the goal are. So it's a little bit of a cart and a horse problem. I understand that you want to sort of narrow down what it is, but that's determined by what the policy says first. And I do think that we are heading towards the new school year. It would be lovely if this was in place, usable for teachers in that time. And having said that, it's got to be a balance between what we need and what we want. And it doesn't mean that this is the end of this discussion of this policy, right? It can come back up again. There's always improvements to make. As we evolve and we know more, it should be able to be changed. But I think we're trying to do the best that we can with the information that we have. And I know that we can do better than what we are right now. So I think that it's important that we have this policy. As I said earlier, there are tangible benefits to having that. And I don't need to know what some parents' reason is for opting out. It's their reason. I may not agree with it as my values, but it doesn't matter, right? It's their kid and their lesson. And I liked what Megan Gunnarsson said, which is it might not be the right time, the right place, the right child. So my kid's going to miss out on your viewpoint and your perspective. And yeah, so, you know, my kid's not learning from that, but that's okay, right? Because there are other opportunities. You know, my kid will see your kid on the bus, on the playground, at after school activities. Well, I'm obviously meandering, but thank you, and please look at passing it.
Thank you very much, Darcy. The next Board of Education meeting will be held on July 11th, 2023 at 6:30. Most of us are going to be there. I had one possible maybe no-show. I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn the regular Board of Education meeting of June 13th at, whatever, I don't have my glasses, 10:37. Oh, nobody wants to.
Yes, Kirby.
Support ESTEP.
Kirby, E-Step, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm always waiting for that one. Really? Actually, Jenny's the maybe. No, sorry.